stay behind. Now, I will come on the next speaker who will give us a lecture on 50 lucrative SME business ideas in Nigeria. Let me call on Engineer Latif Lawal, who will give us this business in Nigeria. Let me to welcome Engineer Lawal.
Indomino, come to the
Let us recognize our president. You are welcome, sir. Thank you very much, sir, for the time given and be able to still meet up with our program.
Good morning again. I don't know if you have our American president, very difficult to give address or after the movie of Saturday. Alright. Okay, this paper is titled 50 plus investment opportunity. I started when I got this topic myself, I was confused. Whether it means more than 50 businesses to list them, or they make businesses people who are competing. So what I did is to make sure I took care of two issues. Okay. Basically, we are talking about SM. This is the schedule of what we're going to do. We're going to have a production shop, one primary goal, what we're doing this number, type of businesses about we need some of them, and also I'm going to spend just about 30 minutes on this. I want to make it interactive because I'm straight now. I'll be going through this slide, but then I'm not following them together. We'll make it very good. Because there's one of us in the activity who wants to host online training on Forex. He failed with Forex, and you want to show how he does that as a kind of investment somebody will do. Alright. Okay. We are going to look at the size of SME in terms of ownership. People have defined SME in different terms. But our definition will basically be in terms of size, ownership, and possibly the money involved and money that is not allowed. Okay. SMEDA, which is the federal government body, who takes care of SME has made this declaration, and between now and tomorrow, we will see probably we have categorized the business as category 1, micro enterprises that owned by less than 10%, and then we are looking at about capital of all over less than 5 million naira. Category 2, we talk about small enterprises, we can have 10 to 49 people, and then we have 5 to 15 million naira. Then the third category is when you have ownership of 50 to 199%. And then we have capital for 50 million. In essence, don't worry yourself about this definition. Sometimes they are not. I know somebody who is just one person and has a business more than 500 million. This definition is just for convenience and just for understanding. Okay, that's about the definition of what SMEs are. But the full meaning is small, medium scale enterprise. Okay, what are we going to achieve with this discussion? We want to find a way to improve our economic development. We want to find a way to continue after what we are doing right now, or to continue what we are doing right now, And when we leave paid employment and third party, what are we going to do? This is the essence of establishing SME, and that's what SME is also addressed. So definitely being innovation, somebody's idea. SME is just about somebody's idea or people's idea all comes together. And then it becomes a source of innovations, but when you do what is in your head, it's easy for you to create what is new and then develop for life. So then we get ourselves empowered, either to empower ourselves, to freshly empower ourselves, or continue empowering ourselves. That's all empowerment. So that's the goal of setting up a center. Then, in listing them, I've categorized those SMEs so that we can easily keep it out of them. I classified the one I want to talk about into the manufacturing sector. Then we have the category of agriculture and food, infotech, services, and general trade. You know, basically I just this. Sometimes some of them run it from one to the other, but I just did this one also. To start with, look at this chart. I try to list some of the businesses that we fall under manufacturing. We are talking about catering, production of milk, bread, soap production, building block production, ice block production, blah 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 blah. We have agriculture. We talk about food processing. Like I want to press, I want to produce oil from animals. I also want to process plantain, tomato cheese, or baby corn, so I process yam or yam flour. So food processing, raw food supply can also be a disposal of raw food. You could go to get from the farmer. Then we talk about restaurant, catering, we have mobile food vending, crop plantation, and restaurant. So the other category, infotech, wine food, and I know some of us are out there. In the age of this computer, but we can still fit in. There are so many businesses along that line. Something like e-commerce, login, web design, and recharge ad businesses. So we have a general trade. Trading is just requiring ourselves. Buy anything, sell anything. You need it more. Okay. That one is a general business. Then the last one is services. We have some people who are doing app and app work. We have a lot of organizers who are very doing that. Then we have you can start a school. You can also do private courses. You can do online teaching. Some of us are good in some special languages, and some of us are in Russian and things like that. You will set up in this online, and then you teach people. These are all sorts of so all of them like that. Transport, photography, and then one good thing about this conference is that we make sure that everything we do here is some of us they will provide services. I want to learn about our PRO, who is here, or cinematographer, this is our IT manager. They have done this thing for us, not for money, it's like pro bono. So we have some of us, the artwork you see here is done by one of us. The stationery you see here is done by one of us. Almost everything here we procure. In fact, not almost, everything here is done by E89 or a little bit beyond E89. All of them are done. So as a way to let us understand that we also have to patronize ourselves so that we can also grow. Okay, so that's all about the diagram of the application of businesses. Alright, I now try to pick some of them. That category A, if we go back to that table, that's other table. That category A businesses that sell at 5 million. I try to make them into that first top category. We have those ones, something you can start less than 100,000. We also have businesses categorized as those that do between 100,000 to 100,000. We have those who can do between 100,000 to 1 million, and then above 1 million, less than 5 million. Believe me, these are not necessary. Some of those businesses can go to other categories. It depends on what one has to start and how much. However, if you want to move into this size of capital, POS is straightforward. You become agencies to some of these our providers, and then you buy the number online, or you can do it through your bank and all of that, and then you share with them. One thing I want to say before I forget, SMEs actually succeed mostly when you have friends like we have. When we have a platform like this, if I'm selling a charge card and I can connect all of us that are selling about 500 on our platform with about 50 to 100. If I'm selling card on our platform alone, I'm sure on a daily basis I will make less than 1,000 as a side business. So one thing that is key to success of every SME is relationship. When we have a market, a EKOBA alone is enough as a market. All we need to do, we need to participate in the forum, participate in the activities of EKOBA, participate among your friends. You also have friends where we are working as well. But the good point alone, if you look at our population, those that are still living and active, I can tell you we are enough as a market. If we form clusters and do businesses and target ourselves, I can guarantee you, we will do well. That I'm 100%. We are talking about people less more than 5,000. Imagine if I send 200 every day to 5,000 people. That's how much million? 1 million? And I make 2% of that. How much is that? 2,000. Straight down. And then we still have people that buy money. So these two businesses like this will come. It didn't mean it's difficult in this country to start a business and pray for us. So that's why we decided to organize this clinic so that we can all have the advantage of numbers. We need to use our numbers to our advantage. Imagine this printing work we did here. We are talking about several hundred of thousands. Imagine you do printing every time. E89, E89, E79, EKOBA, EKOBA London, EKOBA and the rest of them, we patronize ourselves. We can say what we say. So, I'm not going to go through much of this thing, but we have these businesses in the document in your folder already. So we have POS, gadget charging for people are doing that. We have laundry services. I'm going to elaborate on businesses that people don't want to put and they are making it better. You know how much you pay in school for laundry services. If you can just sit down on the campus alone and you begin to provide laundry service to students, I can tell you how much you pay. In London, that time I was working at laundry was under for 20 naira per piece. And then you know how much you spend every month. We can do that one even within secondary school. We can look at our street. We can look at ourselves. I mean, that may be too big for people because the house scattered. But these are serious business that I can tell you can make it 3,000, 5,000 on a daily basis. Then we are looking at data reselling, like I said, using your app and selling data. Then we are talking about happiness and those. This is a little bit depends on how good you are. Then, but you also set it up. One good thing about SME, you may not even have the idea. You may not know how to do it, but you get people who can actually do it now. Get them employed. You can do delivery, own service. It's not easy to open store. The idea of this thing is that we want to make sure what can minimize cost of the customer. Because in Nigeria, to do business, the cost of infrastructure will take away all your profits. But if I can say, okay, I mean, I'm going to ban everybody here like once every 2 weeks or whatever. I want to get a lot of great to help you diet. I can be dying your head. Get people who are professional. And then we can see and do something. Then we are talking about forest trading, photography, those small scale poetry for those who want to do both. I mean, the truth is that after this lecture, anybody that wants to do any business, if you need it up, we will provide for you the business proposal, profitability, and how much you can pay. Then it depends on what you want. So for them, just go do this and we don't have time to do all of that. We can also do POS. Those days because I do POS. If you are buying $1 million, so just, like I said, this categorization is just all about the second category of business, we are trying to control business between 5 million to 15 million, 25. In the same way, the size of business depends on how much you have access to. So, we have big business. Somebody can be big, somebody can be big $3,000. That's when they are attended last week. The cake cost 20 million. Another cake. 20 million. It's as big as this ball. Yeah? 20 million. Plus all of that. So, what about baking for school? Baking for the idea I want to introduce that when target the market, have a target customer. It's not like you open a bakery and you wait for people to come out. Yeah, if your brand is good, people will come. But if you discuss with people for that, approach some schools, approach some centers where you know they do their culture and all of that. Let me be your platform, let me put your professional agency and all of that. Let me have something. That is, you already have a customized market. You already target your product, you know what you are making. You start with that. When you get used to that, people understand that your product is good, then you will do it. So when business do what to do, how to emphasize that, make sure you have a target market. And like I said, there are so many of them. People are not doing that. When I started posting, I'm a product farmer, for example. I have so many companies. I'm new, I don't know who to sell to. What I did was to go approach some of these restaurants. Okay? And I said, I'm going to give you chicken, frozen chicken. I said, how much? I reduced my price a little bit. And then they gave me a deal per kilo. And then I started with 50, 100 and all of that. And I used to go with 100,000, 2,000 right now. So it's like that. Hey, this is the idea. That's why when those business specialists come to talk to us, then we'll be able to see how to do all of that. We should not just rely on opening a business and be praying to God to bring it there. Or God do our own. So these are the kind of business we have had with this kind of business. Then the last category, I'm sure, if all of us have this money, I'm sure we'll come here. If we have this money, yes, I'm going to still be there. I'm already okay, but I'm already doing good. Right? So, but at least you need to be here to share experience with people. I also have people who have money right now, who are higher or where they are, and they don't know what to do. That is easy way to do this kind of hospitality, like having a hotel, having guest house, short nets, all of that, Airbnb, clouds, and equipment leasing, you can buy equipment to hire you, like Instagram, you can hire it, and all of that. So these are our leasing, house, only like Uber. You can also have your own right, develop your own policy. Also all heavy duty or campers and long trailers. So I'm just for it. That's the business I talk about. You have a store. I don't know whether it's common yet. You have a warehouse. You make like a cold room, and then people bring in the item to come and store, and they pay you delivery. That's the it's not cold room. Who are selling meat in the shop. So then we have industrial companies that now become the company on factors with people. They don't need to have employ people to work and take care of your weddings and all of that. And then you pay the company your family basis. These are all businesses we can This is all about this thing. I'm sure I'm not done with this. I'm trying to run because we have a lot of people who are coming into this program, especially the forest. Now, why we are doing all of this? The essence of doing all of this, our area of interest, we have to participate. Now, this country right now, the government we are having, or the one we are having, or we are talking about, all of them are talking about another way to go. SME, self-employment, and all of that. And then they make available some regulations, some laws, they make some agencies available, some program and all of that. We have to participate. It is important we participate. And that's what we have done to bring those some of those agencies to this place. SMEDAN is the government agency that takes care of us. No, there is no way we can get loan from any government source without registering with SMEDAN. So we have to do that. If you want to get money from BOI, from any government intervention, SMEDAN has to be your promoter. So you need to register with them, you have to work with them. They also have business support group. People who have their agencies, when they come, we'll ask them, we will get the class, we will help ourselves to get registered with. So that when money comes, when I will come, we will follow share. You see now? So we have to participate. It's important. That's where I'm very, very interested. If you don't participate, we will not be hearing and be condemning nothing. Let's participate. They may not go for everybody. I can tell you, we have to very lot of people and we will accept those ones. So we have to be patient in this way. Sometimes you need to write a business proposal. You don't know how to do it. You don't need to do it. We have our non-programs who are very good. If you don't need any of them, we can provide them for you. We can help you write nice business proposals. They will charge you now, they will charge you later. That's the advantage of patronizing ourselves. They will be able to come and write proposals for you. Very good. That's our idea. Not so many senior EKOBA who are good at that. These are people that will help you. You don't have money to the whole lot. After you get the loan, you come and do this something. So these are the reasons we are having. Otherwise, we will do this thing, we can watch it on TV. What we are saying here is nothing there. We can watch it on TV, we can read it in newspaper, we can buy textbook. But why we are here as a group is basically to use our strength, our number, and the name of the process to be able to get stuff. And then we will be able to bring back to the school. Whenever we are benefiting, we will be able to bring back to the school. This is the essence of it. Now, believe me, a lot of us are not new to what I'm saying right now. I can tell you that. That's why we are here. So we have to be persistent. You do it the first and really work, do it again. The thing to it. It's worse not to do anything than to do something and fail. It's better to do it and fail. But when you fail, you learn. But failure is not failure. I always say that. It's just a temporary sense and a learning curve to something better. So you know the people who make a decision to fuck up. When I started project, I was too slack. Somebody told me that, why do you want to start layering business, egg production business now? It's going to take about 9 months for you to start from the payroll shipping. Then before they begin to pay, before I was too greedy. I said, but you can start from point of lay. That is, with men who are almost at the point of lay. Okay. I was say those ones I buy them today, tomorrow they will start producing. That was a business. You know what? I went to buy 10,000. That way I didn't do it on the issue. I never did it. I went to
Animal care. Somebody told me that I went there and said they don't have 10,000. The guy I gave the job didn't tell me the truth. He bought 3,000 from me. And I began to go to everywhere in Ijebu Ode Ibadan. I'm buying birds from different farms to get my 10,000. At the end of the day, they brought them in. Yeah, on the road, even in the truck, they were laying. But when they got to the farm, I have to feed them for another 2 years. 9 months before they start the new set of. I'm already done. I failed in flying color, but I didn't stop. I waited a little bit. After 2-3 years, I started again. The whole 15 million about that time went down the drain. That was around 2010. 50 million that time is a lot of money. It went down the drain. So, but then I'm still doing the same business now, and it's bringing something good. So that I don't want to increase my kidnap value. Okay, so sometimes we have to be persistent. We have to be very stubborn about it. But then, so, like I said, business opportunities are like buses. There's always another one coming. That's a quote by Richard Branson. Who knows him? That's the owner of Virgin. I was in Nigeria before. So there's that opportunity always there. So go ahead, bro. So now, if you have question and answer or question to make, then we can try. We can interact now. I want to start by myself. Some of us are already self-employed, right? I'm sure. Some of us are already self-employed. What are the challenges you experience, for example? Anybody want to share that one with us? Challenges like resources and all of that. What is making us not breaking that barrier? You want to share? Anybody want to share that one with us? I know one that is common is money. Capital. Abi? Capital. Yeah, there's money everywhere. The question is that where do we get it from? Source of capital is a major issue because one, there is no trust. Some people are actually not competent in what they do as a business owner. They are not competent. You just look at it and say, look, my neighbor is doing Uber. Let me just do Uber. First, you have to be knowledgeable about what you are doing. If you don't know, go learn. Or go employ people who can do that. I remember Harrison Ford, the owner of Ford now. At the time they asked him, he said he's going to produce a 6-cylinder engine. And they look at him, you're just a businessman, you're not an engineer. At that time, there was no 6-cylinder engine. He said, with my money and the price of a button on this table, I will get the best engineer in the whole world to this table. And he was the first person to produce a 4-cylinder engine, a 6-cylinder straight engine. So what we're trying to say is that there is no business you will do without adequate knowledge of it. You need to, but the knowledge can be within you. It can also be from a third party. You must also have, you must like it. When EKOBA made that banner, I'm sure he would like it himself before we come and sell it to us. Is it not? He has to like what he's doing. That's why he can be in the rain doing it. You see somebody, we are watching soccer inside rain because we love it. So we have to like the business. So like I said, after this time, we're going to create some pool of fund for ourselves with the help of you people, the way you have been supporting, where we can pool some resources, which we can support ourselves in terms of fund. God helping. So infrastructure is also a key thing, like we said. You don't have land. Somebody wants to do it, doesn't have land. He doesn't have money for office. That's where we talk about having clusters. For example, somebody may have a house, a property, and then he's looking for somebody to rent. You can call the person, let's do laundry business. Let's partner. And that's one of the things that make most of our father businesses fail. They don't want to share with anybody. And it's actually very dangerous to share with people, I can tell you. It's very dangerous. I don't blame them sometimes. But most failure is based on the fact that they don't want to share with anybody. Some of them die with the idea. Some of them, they struggle on one particular business. They only need small support. But for the fact that they want to be the chairman, managing director, that title is very big. MD, CEO, president, how do you call them? COO, all the C and all the O's. So some of those things are the reason why some of our businesses fail. So, but as a group, as a EKOBA, we have later today or tomorrow, EKOBA Senior Amao presenting on insurance. This man is an insurance guru. Our PRO is an insurance guru. You could put them in. They could help. We have auditors, we have accountants who could help you with bookkeeping. EKOBA and Wolabi will help some of us in their bookkeeping. We have some of us too that can waka. We will get leg. We can waka for you. Just tell me a business that will make $10 million now. I go waka, I go anywhere. Just tell me my cut is so percentage. I don't waka now. Yes, sir. Okay. All right, sir.
No, I think my voice is loud enough.
Okay.
When you start a business, how do you overcome workers' attitude and feel free?
Okay. That's a serious one. How I do go over. Number one, the business I'm doing, like I said, I am not open. I am ground at it. I have an idea of what it is. Look at Fashola. Fashola was a lawyer. In about a few months when he became the Minister of Power, he was talking engineer like, who told him all of this? Then when, as a Minister of Works, you see when he makes some time, I say, how come? So we have to, because Nigerian attitude is bad. Nigerian worker attitude is very, very bad. Sometimes some of them are just salary 8 o'clock to 5 o'clock, collect my money, worker. Or you send them, then what they are going to make over you. Or from your money. Go and buy this, they put 10 kobo. It's the economy that's causing that. But then, the way I go through, like I said, I have an idea of it. Online. Contact. You only eat me once, so. Let me teach you one experience from Lebanese. A Lebanese man, like my boss, say, go and buy something for me. He will say, bring the quotation. He will bring the quotation. He's not ready to buy it that day. He wanted to buy it maybe another 2 weeks' time. He has gotten the number. He's gotten the address. He will go behind and call the people. Are you not buying it again? No, I don't need it again. He will buy the thing at his own price. But you need an idea of what you don't know. So Nigerian workers are like, some of them are, a lot of us are trustworthy. no doubt. But so many of them there are big problems. So they don't want to work. But if you are doing the work yourself, they know that you can do it without them. And then there's always a backup, somebody who can do what they can also do. And sometimes they say it's not good, but divide and rule is very good. So that's the way you can teach that. I don't know if I provide enough answer for that.
So,
No, sorry, go. Zebula.
Basically, maybe let me start from this angle. I'm not thinking of for us in our own industry. When we talk about insurance, there is a cover for that. If you have staff, there is a policy we have, like we have let's guarantee insurance to cover you in where you have a policy to cover the staff, where they have where you sustain loss by virtue of their fee free that you mentioned. You understand? Because ordinarily the people you say they are your staff, they are not people that ordinarily you just picked on the road. They must have guarantors. They are people that you have profiled in one way or the other, and at the end of the day, you engage them. But by virtue of maybe everybody is looking at the economy, you say there is no, the income is not enough, and as a result of that, you want to run down your employer. It doesn't work like that. But you know, by the time we come to you, we introduce this policy, you might look at it that it's expensive. Or when you say it is expensive, when those things begin to crystallize, you now know that it is even cheaper for you to have some policy. At least you have the rest of mind to do your business and move on. And at the end of the day, you'll be successful. Thank you very much.
so I want to understand the rest of the area. You are establishing something to say stars, ethics. Are you going to which area?
What I'm saying generally is that, you see, most businesses collapses because of the attitude of the workers. The workers don't care whether your business succeeds or not. Once your business collapses, they go outside and look for another job.
Exactly.
So, as what do you do to ensure that the workers give out their best and ensure that they do that work as if it's their own? Most workers, they don't care, but they see you, not necessarily when you have a worker that is seeing what the company is making compared to what is earning. He sees that the company is making this much and is giving peanuts. Therefore, the worker is not aware whether that what they are seeing is low that you are using in the service. So those are the areas I'm looking at.
Well, I think what our presidents, I think the same is happening in my organization too. You know, this is I'm a sister. And after
dispatcher that she sent, I got her before the dispatcher.
meaning that we now have to, So, like what you were saying, I see this, what is happening in my own organization. Nigerians I don't understand our people. You want to make money here, want to make money here, I mean, I don't know. Thank you very much. Yeah, let me speak from the angle of an human resources person. I had the opportunity to work with the multinational that I'm doing that staff ethics. But I'm going to take one example of the last place I worked the last 5 years and where I worked the last 7 years. We have the opportunity of having 28 branches in Lagos, and we have 12 branches in 6 states in Nigeria. 2,800 staff. It's not a Nigerian company, it's an Australian, Japanese based. But I look at it from the angle. I am the human resources. I have, in each branch, I have like 6 to 7 managers. You look at it, this company is wasting money. No, they're not wasting money. You can't do the job on your own. You give the job to professional to handle. If you give the job to professional to handle, you will need to handle it to the nitty-gritty. And you will not have issues when it comes to manage my immediate staff. Like Ravi said, if you have a group, let's for example, you are a salesperson, and you have a team head. Your team head will manage you to your individual needs. Like what National President said, they are seeing figures. Let's for example, you have a financial controller that is seeing figures. Yes, the financial controller is seeing figures. The financial controller knows the exposure the company has to bank A, bank B, bank C. Your financial controller will not be tempted with what is seen as income or seen as sales figure because he knows the exposure. You gave it to professional to handle. That financial controller has about 6 or 7 people.
All right.
Hello, working under them. Okay, that financial controller has somebody working under him that understand the ethics of that same business. What is the challenge there? 200 million to bank A, 50 million to bank B. That is on the financial angle. Now you go to sales. 250 million is coming in every month. We are buying flour from flour mills. We are getting sugar from mercuries. They are beginning to see that, yes, we are making money, but we know the exposure to the company. You look at the company that is doing 400 million turnover every month. Yes, as human resources, I could see the figure, but I know the exposure. You understand my point? But from the angle of managers on this angle, different outlets, you have about 6, 7, 8 managers that handle affairs. They will be able to tame whoever that have a negative impression with what they have seen by way of figures. But I didn't really understand the principle behind giving the job to professionals until I moved to another competitors that felt, okay, I've left this industry, we need you in this industry. When I now got to that industry, I now found out that the job I was doing as one singular person is the job that they distributed with about 6 individuals. When we now get to management meeting, they will now begin to complain about, you're having this issue, you're having this issue, you're having this issue, you're having this issue. One day in the meeting, I said, come, how come you guys are having it? You are admin, you are human resources, you are corporate. This is the work only me, I do in my former company, and you are not getting it right. I now went back to their book and I found out that the salary I'm collecting alone is the salary of 7 people. Do you understand it? Because of my inputs, because of my exposure, I could only stay in that company for just 9 months. They conspired together and said, this man, you must leave. You understand? So what I'm saying is, we give the job to professional to handle. Get the professional to get the structure you have in place. You can't get it wrong. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Ecuadorians, for the participation. We don't have enough time. We have enough to discuss about, but we don't have enough time. So if other questions, we will be taking them online, and then we'll be providing professional answers to all of them. So like I said, what the president is talking about is actually not a 70 million business. Believe me, I'm a SME owner, and I know what he's talking about. When you have a business that's having 3 or 4 persons, and the business is about 3 million naira size, and I want to consult with you, and you charge me 250,000. It's nothing yet, but you have taken almost 25% of my business. You know what I'm talking about? But then, one advantage of that is that we are Koreans. If I come to you and say, bro, see my wallet, I go be. You say, bros, go, come confess. Do it like this. Later we'll talk. That's how it should be. And like I said, everything we are talking about, we can see that people making an idea, we know it. But the difference we are going to add in this conference is going home base. We should be coming together. Talk to people, ask questions. You may not know the person, just reach the executive, reach national, anywhere you are, EKOBA Europe, EKOBA America, EKOBA, anywhere you are, reach to people. Bro, I need help. I used to call Ekoria Tito. He's in the US sometimes. We have medical issue, I call Umore. My son had issue medically, and then he's a doctor, a MD, and he helped me make some diagnosis. He helped me make appointment abroad. I didn't pay him shishi. I still went to his house, chop his wife, cook better. Shishi, I no pay. I know to consult, is a surgeon, is a psychiatrist surgeon. To consult with him in 1 hour, if I don't have at all, I will have $2,500. He did that for me. I mean, that's the reason. And people are there willing to help. But we should not be talking about giving money. You know, you call people, give me $1 million, give me money. That is the worst, the laziest way to seek help from colleague. No doubt that sometimes we need financial help. And then I can tell you, the person you are talking to will realize you really need that help financially. But if you are talking business, services, it's easier to start like that. Otherwise, some people will block you. And then you will say we are wicked. You know what I'm talking about? So that's another thing we are trying to, that attitude of trying to communicate people, I don't want to pay school fees. We should stop calling for school fees. We should be calling for a good business that needs something. And I tell you how much, 250. When will money come, how much you go give me from it? Don't look at me as a bad person. I'm trying to share the risk with you. Then I'll tell you, if my money go, how it go be? If money correct, how much I go take? Don't say, that man is too wicked now with all his money. You cannot just give me 50,000. Small. At all, not bad though. Okay, gentlemen and ladies, we will end this session right now. We will allow a Korean Adekunle, engineer Kunle Tunji Adekunjo, one of our, is online already, to present. But I don't know if our president is ready for his keynote address. So if you can do for us for 5 minutes.
Yeah, good evening, all. Indomino, sorry for coming late. It's because of the rain. The rain is really, really heavy. There is a lot of flood out there. I'm happy that I'm here for this business discussion. I think this is what we should be doing. I'm going to take this back to National, and I think National should be organizing things like this. We need to take a lot out of this business discussion. I've listened to Engineer Latif, and I've learned 1 or 2 things from his presentation. I also run a business. I worked for ExxonMobil for 30 years before I retired. You see, most times, the fear of the unknown makes us to stay in one company and stay there forever as an employee. It's because of fear of the unknown. Like I used to say when I was still working, that if I can put the time, energy I put on my work, put it in my personal business, I think I'm going to break even. And that's exactly what happened when my wife relocated back to Nigeria. She said she's tired of living abroad, that she wants to come and live in Nigeria. So we started thinking, what will she be doing? She started with buying farm pride juice, collecting it from our friend to sell. This business started in 2018. Started business using my car to do supply all around Lagos. Today, the turnover of that business annually is over 200 million. The turnover of that business she started in 2018, that she was using my car to go and, she will go and buy the juice from her friend who is a distributor. She wasn't a distributor, but she will buy from her friend who is a distributor and use my car to distribute it. And I was supporting her because I told her the profit you are making from this business, you don't need to spend it. Put that in, and that business started growing, started growing. Today, she is the one that supplies Farm Pride and Elaze Yogurt to all the outlets of Super Saver in Lagos, all the outlets of Grocery Bazaar in Lagos, all the outlets of Yem Yem in Lagos. And it is through dedication and hard work. Now, I was asking the question of workers' attitude. And some workers, they see what you are making compared to earning because they are not aware of where you are coming from. So, if you are going to set up a business, my brothers and sisters, you have to be there. Don't do business that you will stay somewhere. Why did I retire? I was supposed to retire next year, but I retired because the business of my wife has expanded and she needed my support. Because she has over 10 staff that people have now started capitalizing on this. So she needed my support. I had to turn in my paper in the company that, okay, I've worked for 30 years. What do I need again to wait for another 3 years? Just to be able to support that business. While working, I didn't have time. The workers not having time, and my birds were not laying eggs. The birds were not laying eggs. And one day I got angry. I went to the farm, packed all the birds, and called one of our family friends to come and carry all the birds, about almost 500 birds. And the birds started laying eggs when you go to that person's house. So what I'm saying in essence is that if you are to set up, you have to be at the driver's seat. If you just relax, the workers' attitude in Nigeria, they are terrible. So let's make use of the opportunity of what we are going to learn here and take it back home. One thing going for us in Nigeria is we have the population. So, like what engineer Latif said, if you sell recharge card and you advertise your recharge card on EKOBA platform, if all Ekorians will buy recharge card from you, you will break even. Because we have the population. And that is what is going for business in Nigeria. There are people that are waiting for the service that you want to provide. There is no service that you provide in Nigeria that you are not going to have customers. So, let's listen attentively and ask as many questions as possible. And there is no advice, no profession that we do not have within EKOBA. Within EKOBA, you need financial advice, you need insurance advice, like he was advising me. I didn't think of that before. Now that you have mentioned how I can insure that business against pilfering and so on, then I think I will need to have on how to insure the business. But within the EKOBA family, we have all professionals that you don't need to go outside. Some will do it for you for free. I say thank you to our PRO. he has been doing a lot of things for EKOBA for free. Which was the reason why, when he said he wanted to be the PRO, we gave him all the support. When he was not the PRO, he was streaming it for free. So when he said he wanted to contest, we just tell him, just go ahead, since Senior Busari was no longer contesting. So let us tap into this and ensure that we collaborate with each other. Thank you. Let's have a very good deliberations.
Thank you to our national president. Let me hand over to EKOBA E89.
Good morning, fellow Ecuadorian. Indomino. Okay, sorry I was late due to the rain also. You can see I'm very dry. So we'll be going online now with Jais Bank, and they will be handling the next line of training for the next 30 to 45 minutes. So, okay, they are yet to come in. Okay, any of the representatives speaking here temporarily? Okay, so while we wait for him, let's give the president, the national president, a round of applause for that short. At least from what we can see, there are a lot of opportunities that are abounding within the EKOBA. We are still going nowhere, so we have not started, and I think this is the time that we need to start. And since we have taken the bulls by the horn, E89 will have to keep blazing the trail for others to follow. So, they said to whom much is given, much is expected. So, I'm going to count on each and every one of us in E89. Let's start getting ourselves together. We have to rejig our platform, and then we have to relaunch ourselves. And also, let's give another round to our Service Club President, Korean Latif, for that lovely presentation. So while we are waiting for Jai's representative, okay, so they are trying to tidy up every single thing.
Recording in progress.
Okay. So the next presentation will be handled by, I think it's Alhaji Aliu Buhari, Abi, the president of Nigeria. All right then. So we'll be going live.
You can go ahead, sir.
Okay, can they see my screen?
I'm coming. No. A moment, sir.
Yes. Can you make it clear?
Hello, you can go ahead, sir. Hello.
Hello, thank you very much, and good morning, Equarian. Yes, I hope I'm being heard loud and clear. Yes, I understand it's a beautiful day there in Lagos with a rainy day. So I do hope that it's really a great day and a blessed one. No doubt the other presenter have been able to do a lot to what I'm going to be discussing. Because of course, for businesses to move, you need to even understand the dynamics and the features and characteristics of different types of businesses and their models, and then pick what will be of great interest and relevance to what you are doing. By way of introduction, I am Ali Buhari, and I'm the head of the Micro, Small, and Medium Enterprise Department of Jais Bank. And on behalf of the management and our representatives there in Ikeja branch, the branch manager and the team, with me on this call, I have my colleague Zainab Busari as, to support in this presentation. So it's important to make it very clear and understand that businesses thrive where there is interest. So whatever you are intending to do, you must have a lot of interest in it. This is what drives entrepreneurship. Whosoever you see succeeds in the enterprise environment, be rest assured that that person has a personal interest in that business, and so one will be able to take care of whatever challenges the business may be putting forward. So the presentation will go in this direction. One, we have the introduction, then we'll have the MSME market overview and operating environment, what Jais Bank MSME offerings, and then illustration of some of Jais Bank MSME products. So, like I said, a lot of time I've been on the call since 10:30. I had to keep shifting so many other engagements, so I'll try to see how I can quickly run through the presentation. But then after the presentation, we'll try to share it so that people can go through it over and over again, and they'll be able to pick up things relevant to what we are doing, or maybe what will be of much interest to us in particular. Of course, like the other presenter has said, we need to even understand the definition of what is an SME, micro, small, and medium enterprise. But unfortunately, not only in Nigeria, but globally, there is no one definition for what an SME is. And even in Nigeria, what Medan defines SME is different from what CBN defines it, it's different from what BOI defines it, it's different from what DBN defines it, and it's just one, issues of size of employees, issues of size of capital base, issue of turnover, issue of product offering, issue of capital investment in terms of infrastructure, in terms of equipment and all that. They are all the parameters that different organizations use to come up with different definitions of that organization. And it's on this premise that we have a number of variations. For example, for Development Bank of Nigeria, an SME can access up to 200 million, while for CBN, an SME can only access a maximum of 50 million. So this some of the implications of this definition. Then also now the structure. Of course, we have the sole proprietor, which is the one, and then we have the partnership. This also will be depending on the CAC regulations and all that. We used to know partnership used to be between 2 to 20, and anything above that has its own considerations and all that. So the slides will be shared, so I won't go detailed into the presentation, but of course, as I explained some of the key and very important things, the slides are being shown so that we'll be able to go along with the explanations that I will be able to offer for some of the issues. So now we'll go straight to the market, MSME market overview, because of course, if you are already in the market, this is fine. But if you are not, you need to really understand, okay, this is the market I'm going into. Having some of these data and statistics will help in giving us a clearer what we are going to pay. As of 2013, Smeden registered and on record has about 37 million. 2016, another survey was being done by an SME. Unfortunately, after COVID, I think record has it that almost about 5 million SMEs went down the drain post-COVID. So this have not been able to, there for the records once you Google current updates of SMEs. And studies by the International Finance show that approximately 96% of businesses are SMEs compared to 53% in the US and 5% in the Europe. SMEs represent about 90% of the manufacturing industry in terms of number of enterprises in Nigeria. They contribute approximately 1% of GDP compared to 40% in Asian countries and all that. So what is now let's look at what is the Nigerian SME operating environment. One, we have the inability to access funds from conventional banks and other financial institutions due to discriminating credit requirements that is making SMEs go through their nose to access funding or financing. High interest or borrowing costs, infrastructure challenges resulting in high operating costs, business management skills, business structuring, bookkeeping, record keeping good enough. One of the presenters was able to mention, of course, as an association, we have accountants among you, we have financial analysts and all that. So we should be able to see how we can put us together and have probably sub teams that are experts in different fields. So this will help us to be able to, once I have any accounting or financial issue, there is a committee or there is a team that we can talk to, and they will be able to, if it's under health, if it's under education. I think this will really help the association to be able to be very strong and very impactful to its members. Because of course, yes, I understand the bond that is along, but then one key thing that will encourage such associations to be is what impact, what value is the association adding to members, and this will really go a long way in that. Of course, information technology also, today's businesses, if you are not in the IT space, you have a long way to go. Access to market is not just to produce. Once you are able to produce, where do you take them to? Alhamdulillah, there have been deliberate and sustained effort by government at the federal and state level to provide support in form of policies and direct financial intervention harness the MSME space. So, recent developments, just to look at, the SME segment is recognized as the most viable to revamp the economy in the post-COVID-19 pandemic public plan. So the CBN came up with so many initiatives: target credit facility, MSME, DF, AADS, AGNIS, growth sector support, to so many other initiatives that have not been captured. Yes, I will agree. Some people will argue that yes, the initiatives, the programs are there, but then access has always been another very key challenge, and we very much acknowledge that. But then we do hope that there will be a paradigm shift in view of the recent happenings around that space. So, sorry, I think I'm having a little. So, now Jais Bank MSME offerings. What we do in Jais Bank, it's important at this point to just give a brief of what Jais Bank stands, because probably some of us are coming this close to Jais Bank. This is the first time they are coming this close to Jais Bank. So it's important to mention that Jais Bank was established 10 years ago. We are in our 11th year. Precisely, we got our license 11/11/2011, and we commenced business operations in 2012. And then as a regional bank, and today we are virtually present in virtually all the regions of the country as a national bank, and with over 47 branches and still counting before the year runs out. Of course, we operate a non-interest banking model, and we are the pioneer, we are the pacesetter as far as non-interest financing is concerned. Yes, a lot of people, once you tell them non-interest, they are thought it's okay, I go and take a 2 million loan and then I return 2 million. No, that is not it. It's just the transaction dynamics, and then of course so many other considerations that involve financial transactions. It's important to mention here that the bank was able to sustain the most improved bank award globally, non-interest bank award, consecutively 3 times globally. Last year, the bank won the Financial Inclusive Bank Award by the Bankers Committee and the International Financial Inclusion Secretariat, reviewing the 10-year journey of Nigeria into financial inclusion journey. So yes, we have different models of financing. We have the partnership-based financing, which is based on the profit and loss model, and then we have the sales-based contracts. This will be discussions for another time, or maybe our team there will be able to extensively discuss it with you. And then we have the lease-based contract, we have the agency-based contracts and all that. So, but then what really differentiates us with the interest-based system, of course, you can see this slide. We are essentially a trading house providing financing to customers to sell partnership and leasing contracts. In partnership-based contract, we share profit and loss. Yes, this we are currently only doing it with women entrepreneurs and then on selected locations. But for sales-based contracts, if you walk to any of our branches, we have about 5 branches in Lagos. We have in Ikeja, we have in Ikoyi, we have in Marina, we have in Apapa, and then Akure, and some other locations within the southwestern region. We have about 3 locations: Shaki, Oshobo, and virtually we have a very good representation in the southwest for those of you that are based in the southwest. We do not give or receive interest nor finance anything that is harmful to the society, like alcohol, tobacco, gambling. So we do things that are strictly ethical and not against the tenet of our principal model of banking, which is the Islamic finance. So in doing our business, we also seek to avoid gharar, which is speculation, uncertainty, deception, and more. So just if we are to make it on a table, and non-interest and the interest, we are profit-based, interest-based. We are asset-based financing. What this means is that for us to be able to earn any income, there must be an underlying asset to justify that transaction and to justify our income. So we cannot just be speculative or maybe just be on interest, on assumptions and all that. Direct trading, you need a laptop, we buy it for you and then put our markup and sell it to you. mandatory ethical and moral screening. And that is why above the mandatory board of directors, we have the advisory committee of experts, which are experts in Islamic jurisprudence, to ensure that whatever we are doing, it does not contravene our model of banking. So we define SMEs, for us, we define SMEs in the following terms. For a business that has an annual turnover between 1 to 5 million, can access between 100,000 to 2 million. And this category of business is under the micro. Then we have the 5 million to 50. They can access 2 to 5 million, small business, and above 50 million, but not more than 250 million. These businesses can access up to 20 million and are termed medium enterprises. So yes, we have businesses that can access financing between 100,000 to 500,000. These are termed under the financial inclusion model of our business. So what are the key requirements? These are not. This is not the whole. Of course, the branch and the relationship officer that is engaged will be able to give further guidance. Must have an existing business, not in 1 year, because of course, if you are not in the business and you are not very much familiar with the business, there's a tendency that you can go in today and move out tomorrow. Opening of a current account at the least, or maybe an enterprise account or a corporate account, with a satisfactory performance of up to 3 months. Financing amount, like I mentioned earlier, under financial inclusion, the 100. Ijara, the leasing arrangement, and any other Sharia compliant product. So the target market, we have market associations, suppliers, key distributors, agribusiness, schools, religious, hospitals, all that. And then, of course, members of your associations that are also into different business opportunities. So just some illustrations. Purchase trading stock and consumable. We have the Murabaha by Muajjal, pricing at 24%, facilities between 500 to 5 million, movable assets to be registered under the NCR cross guarantee if it's under an association, IMA personal guarantee, of course, and all that. So I think this for the Ijara, Murabaha, and then for Ijara it's also the same thing, but then here you have the advantage of using the land on the equipment or assets to the finance and other things. And then, of course, if it is equipment, you could have a moratorium of up to between 3 to 6 months. 3 months for local purchase equipment because they are here, while for imported, you can get up to 6 months because of time that it could take to get the equipment transported or maybe shipped down, and as the case may be. Eligible business activities, as is value chain, factory, artisan services, renewable energy, trade, and other small and medium enterprise. We are looking at agri value chain, manufacturing, and all this have been discussed by our other presenters. So I think this is a brief in summary about the presentation, and then we'll take 1 or 2 questions or comments, and then of course our team there in EKOBA branch will be able to take up the conversation further and answer any question that we may not be able to give the adequate clarity and explanation online. Of course, we had to really work within the limited time to ensure that we're able to communicate as much information and detail as possible. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I think, any questions?
No question.
I think someone has.
You will have a question.
Hello, good morning. Hello, good morning. Hello. From your diagram, the last one, there is a place for... Hello. Hello? Yes. Okay. Kolawole is my name. Please, from the last diagram you showed us, there's a place you say non-interest and the other one conventional. Then under non-interest, you have, is it profit-based and the other one non-profit? So I'd like to expatiate on that. In terms of your banking operation, non-interest, say profit-based, asset financing, direct trading. But under conventional, you said interest-based. So I'd like to, between non-interest and conventional, are there two programs? Are they?
The conventional banks are based on interest, so that's what we meant here. They are interest-based systems, while our model is profit-based model. So, for example, if you want to buy a laptop worth 100,000, the conventional bank will charge you, let's say, 20% interest, for example. While in our own case, we will charge you 20% profit markup. So in ours, we are fully into trading where we buy and sell the item for you. So we chase profit while they chase interest. Of course, there are some important things we need to understand about the way they work. For example, in interest-based transactions, there's what we call a few things that I will mention here. I know a lot of us are related with banks or maybe financial persons that have some of this experience. One, there is delay in payment. If you take an interest on a facility and then you promise to pay by 25th and you're unable to pay on that date, there's an interest that will accrue on delay on payment if you didn't pay as such and when due. Then secondly, there is the second one also, compound interest that is bound to set in the moment a facility goes bad and then there is no repayment. Thirdly, there is a prepayment condition, clause or maybe penalty, where if you want to pay ahead of time, you will be sanctioned and you will have to pay penalty for paying earlier than scheduled. And then fourthly, for any facility you take today, and then maybe by close of business, yesterday was Wednesday, and then the MPR committee sat and they were able to increase the rate. Of course, your facility will be adjusted without any request. So that is why they will mention it very clearly that the facility is provided subject to prevailing terms. So, but all these things are not in profit-based transaction. You don't have, if there is delay in payment, nobody will charge you additional $1. If there is default, the facility remains where it is. So issue of compound interest is no go area in non-interest financing. The only thing that happens is once it is established that the default was intentional or humanly engineered as a result of diversion or similar things, you will be charged penalty. And unfortunately for the non-interest banks like us, that penalty wouldn't come to our balance sheet. It doesn't come to us as an income, but rather it has to go to charity. So that's why we have to ensure that things like this don't even happen, and even if they happen, we don't benefit, we don't profit from that. While in conventional use and all this, we are not on prevailing interest base. So whether MPR, we do transaction to you this morning at 10% and MPR is at 15, 20%, our transaction, because it's a sales contract, it remains where it is. A lot of people attest to this when there were so many inflation and rates were being moved skyrocketing sometimes in the past. And then of course lastly is the prepayment. Of course in interest you have penalty if you want to pay earlier than the scheduled time. In our own case, this doesn't happen. So I think these are the two key things that we need to understand in a profit-based contract and an interest-based contract. Thank you very much.
Okay, I would like to ask a question. Now, one, you said anyone that wants to take or have a relationship with Jaiz Bank needs to have been operating for 3 months. Now, supposing someone has a what's it called? An account operating in another bank, and that one has been very successful. Now, because he's just getting to know, because it's not everybody that actually has a good knowledge of Jaiz Bank. The major information is that Jaiz is Islamic Bank. So let's say someone now has the information that, okay, I can approach Jaiz Bank, and he has a record with other banks. Are you going to in any way consider such, or that does not count?
Okay, thank you very much. Yes, that is not a rule that is cast in stone. Of course, for businesses that have been in existence and have been doing very well, that can be a consideration that they can be considered once they are presented. But of course, the relationship team or the branch that is handling that transaction will be in the better position to attend to that. This is what I will say on that. So, but then these are just like the basics. So the relationship and the business that has been presented will be able to put forward what best to do on that transaction. Of course, there are situations that you open an account and immediately you have been supported as the case may be. Thank you very much. And then, of course, like you mentioned, this is not about religion. It's just a model that has the Islamic finance jurisprudence and operates on that principle. Within the system, we have so many people from different faiths, from different creeds, from different fault lines or what have you. So, but the most important thing is this is just a business model and business proposition that is out there to add value to what businesses are doing. Thank you.
Okay, sir. I think someone is raising his hand online. That is Tito Nuruddin. Can you help me unmute him? Okay, it is done. So you can proceed with your question, sir.
Good afternoon to everyone. My name is Tito Nuruddin. Calling I'm dialing in from the United States. My question is this. I'm not sure if to the organizer or to the rep of Jaiz Bank. can you provide, can someone come up with a very short list of about 5 to 9 lines on how to access help? Okay, I've listened to a lot of things today. If someone needs help, we need to give them like a small roadmap, a list they can use so that they can get help. Thank you. That's my question.
Okay, thank you very much. I know the organizers will be able to respond to you appropriately on other issues, but for us, as far as Jai's Bank is concerned, I think in one of the slides, it has been able to explain that I'm trying to navigate through. But then, like I mentioned, we have our team in Lagos. In fact, the branch in particular in Ikeja that is facilitating the discussion. So they will be able to give brief, they will be able to share something like that will help any person that wants to access financing. Of course, you know, the type of your business, the amount you require and all that are key. So what we are able to do here is just to give like a general perspective to, you know, to the whole to the presentation, so that people can now build on from this. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much for that presentation, and thank you for your time. I think, is there any other question from here presently? None. All right then. Thank you, Mr. Aliyu. It's a pleasure having you. Next will be...
Okay, thank you very much.
All right then. So we will liaise with your representatives here. I think you are here to attend to us, right? Okay, on behalf of Jai. So if we have any further questions, the representative of Jai is here so that they can answer one or two questions. So in going ahead, we already have Nassau here, we have BOI here. But we'll have to speed up. We have one person in queue online, one of us is going to be presenting from Ibadan. He's online, and that's in the person of Ekorian Adetunji Adekunjo.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
It is an awesome time and a privilege that I'll be not just a participant, but someone that will be given the kind of overview of the businesses that we can engage. One, on the side where we are still doing our normal job, then two, that we can really focus on. Okay, let me just quickly share the figure for us for this week before I go into what I describe as the lean structure of the business. Can you see my slide?
Yes. Yes, you can.
Okay, yeah. Thank you. I think I'm having it. Yeah, what?
You can see your slide, sir.
Yeah, thank you. This week, this is forex trading. We have a lot of news around this. Within 10-20 minutes, I'm going to actually put a clarity to some of those news and see that it's as simple as ABC to make a lot of money from this business. And let us know that in the whole world, this is the most liquid business. Averagely, I think we're doing almost $3 to $5 trillion per day. No other exchange and no other business hub that's actually attracting that kind of volume. What I'm showing you is my own personal life trading. We started this account this month with $2,000 USD each month, and we're in 16th, this is 15th of July. Our target is not too much. We always want to make something like between 5 to 10% per month, because really we want to apply smart goals. But incidentally, with the kind of trend that we have this month, we have done more than 50% of the accounts. It's not because I'm coming for this presentation, I will have shut down this tree and go and rent till next month. Because if I shut this tree as I'm talking to you, I will have moved from $2,000 to about $3,150. So which means if I'm having a huge volume, like maybe 10 million USD, 100 million USD, this should be enough for us for the year, so that the market will not take it back really. So I just want to show us this is MetaTrader. This is what connects you to the forex war, and my broker is FCFPD. I decided to bring in the figures to actually whet our appetite to see some possibility in this sector. Let me shut down and really go to the link canvas and some technicality on how we really come about this profit jump. Can we see the foreign studio link canvas? Can we see my share? Can we see the link canvas?
Can we see this slide? Yes, clear enough.
Okay, yeah, thank you. This is foreign studio link canvas. The link canvas is kind of a one-page and business model that you identify the problem, the solution, the unique value proposition, your advantage, your key metrics, alternatives, and stuff like that. So that within a single page, you could actually have the graph of everything the business is talking about. Yeah, it's a business model, but it's kind of an abridged business model. And to save time, we all know a lot of problems we have in the forex trading sector. There are a lot of inconsistencies, a lot of things that are not transparent. And we could see that a lot of people that came into this business without having a proper smart goal, they went underground. For example, I'm sure we all are aware of NBA Forex. It started very well, but because it didn't put some things into consideration, the model that was actually operating upon was ab initio designed to fail. And many of them like that, because they are trying to offer the kind of profit that even the Nigerian economy or the world economy cannot really sustain. And that's why we use the problem we identified that there's poor and inconsistent return on investment on the existing platform. Then we have lack of transparency in some of the existing investment channels in Nigeria. So to resolve that, we are saying in our home model, we're going to create an investment platform that will be able to add more value to your money and in a transparent manner. Thank God we've had some Jais banks about non-interest bank model. We think to adopt the same way in our unique proposition. That come, we will prepare a profit sharing methodology like a 70-30, which a further discussion based on the Korean structure, we will have a reject around that area. And like I said, our risk management is fantastic because you can't do this kind of business without proper risk management. So what are the unfair advantages that we have along this way? We are selling transparency, and what transparency are we selling? We told people we're not collecting money from them. I'm not going to. Me and my team were not going to ask you to bring your money, but you are going to be a kind of a participant. You're going to open your account with your broker. You send money to your broker. The only thing you're going to do to us is that you link your account to your account. And whatever we are doing on that account is reflecting on your own account. It is called strategic partnership. With that, you have the control of your account in your hands. You can leave and enter at any point in time that you prefer. What are the key metrics? the number of investors, the number of deals, the profit from deals and stuff like that. But let me just quickly let us know that the rate we are investing on is just a kind of a margin in the currency pairs, the up and down of the currency pairs. And we'll be looking at, we do gold pairs as well, we do BTU pairs as well. At this point, let me let you know that the secret in this business is that it's either the market is buying or the market is selling. When the market is buying, where exactly are they putting money? I'm not talking about the people that move the market. Where are they putting their money? Are they putting the money in gold? Are they putting their money in Bitcoin? Are they putting their money in pounds? Are they putting their money in dollars? So we have put a lot of structure in place for us to be able to identify where exactly the money is flowing. And like a shark, and that's what the trend in the market. Like a shark, we just follow the trend. We don't really kick against the trend and stuff like that. Who are the customers that we are actually targeting? Based on this, people like our friends, our colleagues, distinguished public figures, the professionals, the farmers, the stockbrokers, the real estate agents, corporate executives. This is a proposal because as I'm talking to you, I am still in service. I work with the NNDPRA, in charge of the midstream and downstream petroleum regulatory authority in Nigeria. I am responsible for the total deregulation of petroleum products in the country. I didn't cause problems, but I started to bring a solution that would really allow government to have money to do some other things. Why we are doing this is in line with the vision of EKOBA E89, that while we are in the service, let's begin to prepare work for one or two things that will take us, that we can fall back upon. It is not when we finish service that we begin to look for what to do. And that's all the reason why we see Destiny as one of our home models. So we've been doing it for quite some time. We have stories of back and front, but we are totally stabilized at the moment, and we are doing pretty well. So how does this really concern us at EKOBA? I've been in good talk with the president and the PRO on something like this for quite some time, that we could form a cooperative around this thing, we could form a club. It's a club already, that we could have a pool of funds. So with that pool of funds, whatever we are getting from that pool of funds, it be 80-20, 90-10, 70-30, we can really be using it to do some things instead of every time we come to meet people for funds and stuff like that. But when we finish, we will be able to talk that better. And lastly, I'm going to shut down this slide, and I'm going to let us know how we normally identify the peers that we supposed to trade. Because at any point in time, we just don't pick any trade, any peer. Something tell us what to do. It tell us the direction, it tell us the strength and the weakness. From there, we apply our methodology and we begin to swing. Okay. Done. One minute. From this side, because what we are sharing is a little bit of trade secrets, we don't release some of this information, but because of we are Koreans, I'll just go through the overview. This is called FS Blue. What do we do in FS Blue is that we give us the strength and the weakness of the currency market, either gold, either Bitcoin, either pounds, either JPI, as you see on the screen. Whenever you see blue, it's telling us that those are the currencies that were strong. Whenever you see red, it's telling us that currencies that were weak. So in most cases, when we come to this side, we just pick the currency that is strong against the currency that is weak. And we know that That is what we are buying. And that's where when you see the other platform I showed you initially, almost everything I'm buying is against JPY. Because according to this, JPY is the weakest. So anything you are doing in respect to JPY, you must buy. Even if you see a sell signal, it's a false signal. And that is where a lot of people lose money. Because they do buy when they're supposed to sell. And they are selling when they are supposed to buy. On the note of finality, let me pause at this point and see whether we have questions, because I know we have a lot to do. There are people waiting on the queue, and I really don't want to pause a lot of technicalities and some financial analysis, because I'm not really sure that today is the day for that. I believe it is going to have some other day where we will sit down on the full training on that. On the note of finality, I said, I am actually bringing this presentation to an end, and I hope there will be some question and answer. Thank you, and God bless.
Any questions, sir?
Any questions? Okay. Let me ask a question. If some, one thing is this: with my layman's knowledge, how small can one start if one wants to get into this? And number two, does one need any technical knowledge to be able to partake out of it? And what are the things that one needs to be abreast of, so that one will not be a novice in going into it?
Yeah. Thank you for your question. And there are two ways to get involved in this market. It's either you just invest as an investor. You just invest your money just like you do with the MBAs and the rest of them. Or you come for training to come and meet people like us that have been on there for some time. There's no business that you don't need to be knowledgeable about. I think Korean people are persons that really spread that, and all these businesses, all the people have come to make business have done that. If you want to really get involved yourself, really, you need to train and be trained. Its dynamics is totally different from stock dynamics. In stock, you buy low and you sell high. In FX, you can make money when it is high, you can make money when it is low. So you really need to get involved in acquiring knowledge. And when you are acquiring knowledge, you need to demonstrate. We don't advise people that when we train you, all of a sudden you go to the market. You need to do some demonstration with pseudo money and real money. So when you are not confident of your strategy, you cannot begin to. We will say on a scale of time, it might take you minimum of 6 months if you want to start yourself, if you want to get into it yourself. Depends on your interest, depends on your passion, depends on your risk appetite level. But you just want to get involved. You don't care whatever the trader is doing. You just want your profit margin to be coming to you. If we just invest on the ratio of 70-30, depend 90-20, 70, 80-20, or whatever the agreement you have with the strategic manager, which I can offer that one anytime you are willing to Korea. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Korea and Adekunjo. And we'll be rounding off with you because we have to speed up. Thank you, and sorry for keeping you waiting online for quite some time. Thank you very much. So, in continuation, I hope we are getting one or two things as you are going ahead. Are we getting it? Okay. So next we'll be having, we'll move a little bit faster now. We'll be having, okay. Mr. Adekunjo, are you still there? He's gone.
Yes, I'm there.
Okay, can you just, there is a question online, just give us about a minute so that we can round up as soon as possible. Okay. Hold on.
Sir, you can proceed, sir. It will soon come, sir. Indomino, sir.
Okay, good morning again. This is EKOBA. Thank you very much for the presentation. I really liked it. But I have just one simple question. If you can hear me clearly.
Loud and clear, sir. I'm hearing loud and clear.
Thank you. In your trading system,
Yes,
do you have, I'm sure you have some kind of policy that says if a particular trade is going against you, you close it out? Or
Exactly.
if it's working in your favor, you rise it up to a point? I guess I don't want you to be too specific. I'm just curious what
Okay.
I mean, as a trader, you have to have a policy in place that you go to no matter what.
Obvious.
That's my question. Thank you.
Obviously. Thank you. And, I say I don't want to share a trade secret. There's no trader, there's no strategy without entry point and the exit point. So our strategy has the exit point, it has the exit point, it has the take profit, and it has the stop loss. If any trader comes to tell you that doesn't lose a trade, it's a lie. The profit we're talking about is a combination of profit and loss. But your strategy is supposed to give you more profit than loss, so that at the end of the month, when the whole thing balances out, you will earn a profit. I hope I've answered the question. There's a policy, there's a strategy in place to do that. Thank you.
Yes, thank you for your response.
All right, thank you very much. So in moving ahead, I would like to call on the national president who will give a brief intro, and he will be introducing the next speaker for us. So I'll introduce Ekorian Elliot to do the introduction.
Good afternoon. Our next speaker is from NASA. Is Mr. Abiola Joseph. He's a seasoned banker of over 2 decades with bias in retail banking, SME and agriculture credit and loans. A consummate retail products developer, he has been able to distill market matrix to come up with retail and SME products that speak directly to the peculiar needs and experience of various small, micro, and medium enterprise. In a sustainable manner, he was former CEO of Project Microfinance Bank Limited before joining Central Bank of Nigeria, Midwife Nassau Microfinance Bank, a licensed national MFB, national MFB created to revamp the SME subsector and fulfill the vision of the central bank to allow access to loans by majority of Nigerians in business who cannot meet the collateral demands of commercial banks. Mr. Abiola, as prior moving to microfinance banking, has done over 18 years in different, ranging from branch operations, retail banking, international trade to human resources management. He has done over 25 presentations to various trade groups, entrepreneurship institutions, cooperative societies and religious organizations on retail and businesses. Mr. Abiola is a member of Chartered Institute of Bankers, associate member of Institute of Personnel Management of Nigeria, CIPM, is a vibrant facilitator and lecturer. May I present to you Mr. Abiola Joseph from NASA. Welcome, sir.
Good afternoon, everybody. There is no further introduction. I think the former introduction has already explained that, so that we go straight away to why we are here today. I think I have 1 hour that should be able to, accommodate what we are doing. 45 minutes, okay? Now, a brief introduction about NISA Microfinance Bank for those of us who don't know. It was a child of necessity. CBN had, 5% profit after tax of all commercial banks being taken at the end of the financial year to finance SME transactions. The problem was that the Department of, DFO office that was supposed to undo that were not communicating enough with Nigerians. So because of that, it was difficult for a lot of Nigerians who are in need of the fund to access the loan. As at the time we came on board in 2019, I think July now, the total number of people who had benefited from those, subsided, those loans that were given to people, they were not up to 5,000 naira Nigerian, 5,000.
When you hear people talking about at-risk loan, talking about target credit facility, COVID-19, palliative loan, and indeed given at the rate of 9%, it is because the fund that is being used was the fund of 5% profit after tax of Nigerian commercial banks. Now, who are the directors of the bank? 70 Nigerian commercial banks, MDs. Then you have 15% owned by So if you are looking for NISA Microfinance Bank, you will definitely find us in the NIPOST building. Our offices are located at NIPOST building. In Lagos State, we are in Epe, we are in Badagry, we are in Ketu, we are in Ikeja, we are in Marina, and we are also at Ipaja. So what I want to, because of the time, I'm going to compress a lot of things so that I will be able to pass as much value as possible. For the intervention loan, that is the agric SME loan that we came up with, where the bank has been able to disburse over 547 billion between July 2019 till date. Now, why it has become a little bit slow is because the fund is not the way it used to be. I was saying when I started that the fund was there, but immediately Nigerians got wind of the fund. Everybody, was campering for the loan. So you can imagine when I was in Marina, within a space of 4 months, we have been able to book over 4 billion of loan. That is about 600 customers. The kind of awareness that the loan has generated has made it, very scarce. When we started, the single obligor limit was 10 million. You could access as much as 10 million. But as I speak with you, we have reduced it drastically to 2 million naira. Even at that, it is not still, so much available because of the number of people who are, interested in the loan. But what we've been able to do in order to continue to serve our constituency, who are our constituency, the small, the medium, the large-scale enterprises, even for startup. If you are a startup, what we need to do is to look at the market and see how we can intervene in a very effective and, broad manner. I was a CEO of a microfinance before. What you used to get as cost of fund, which is interest rate, used to be like in the region of 60% per annum because they give you 5% flat per month. And what that has been doing to the economy is that it has impeded growth. People are just working for the microfinances. The excuses has been that, look, when these people default, because the collateral is not strong enough, we need to fall back on something. But what we are saying is that if we have about 80% of Nigerians who are into, businesses, and most of them, about 95% of them, don't have tangible collateral, you cannot now use interest rate to destroy their businesses. That is the gap we have come to fill. Now, we have various, SME products.
that can fit in. Is it coming up? Okay. Now, we have various products that, that we have highlighted for our customers to enable them, access the loan that we have. Is there any problem with, okay. It doesn't have. Hey, next slide, please. Okay. Now, these are the collateral for a different kind of loan. Where we are going to start is that we have stratified our customers according to their capacity. And what we've been able to do is to, okay, if you are doing a turnover of between 500,000 and 1 million in a month, we can give you up to 1 million naira without you giving us any tangible collateral. What that means is that between 500,000 and a million and 1 million, just give us okay, let me go back. Okay, what we've been able to do, loan of 500,000 to below 1 million, we just ask you to give us one guarantor. The guarantor will give us his means of identification. It will also give us his one passport photograph. That's all. Then and it will give us 2 undated checks from a commercial bank. Then, for the loan applicant himself, it will give us 4 undated checks. Okay, from your commercial bank, you give us 4 undated checks. That is all you need to access up to 1 million from us. And that 1 million, you don't need to have a registered business. If you are an individual that has not registered a business, you can collect up to 1 million naira from us. Now, from 1.1 million up to 2 million, we agree that because you are moving towards doing good businesses, we implore you to register a business, either a limited liability company business or an enterprise. An enterprise now, within a space of 1 or 2 weeks, you can register it with 15,000. And let me quickly say this. Most Nigerians believe that it is not always necessary, especially the women that are selling goods and they are making millions. Thank God most of us here are highly educated, I believe. The implication is that there is a limit to the amount of business you can attract if you don't have a registered business. At the minimum, make sure you have an enterprise. XY said enterprise, Davis and Son, enterprise, and so on and so forth. The reason for that is that people want to see that you are serious with the business you are doing. And a lot of people suffered as a result of that. Because the target credit facility that we disburse at a rate of 9%, if you don't have a registered business, you can't collect more than 500,000. But if you have your registered business, you can access up to 2.5 million. That is the reason you must have a registered business of your own. So, like I was saying, anything above 1 million to 2 million naira, up to 4.5 million, all you need to give us is, you have to have a registered business. You also need to have, a guarantor with 2 undated checks, your 4 undated checks. Then beyond that, you will give us either a movable asset or a, what we call it, a landed property, or what we call legal mortgage. Now, I will explain all of that better so that we understand. Now, when we are talking about movable assets, if you are into business or bakery, but you have not registered your building to have your C of O, what we can do for you is what we call, all asset debenture. All asset debenture has to do with placing a lien on all the properties that the business attracts. For instance, in the business you are doing, You have, machineries that you are using. If you are a baker, for instance, you have, your baking machines and the rest of them. We can place a lien on them. On the basis of that, you can use it as a collateral. Access up to 5 million under that arrangement. We'll just do, all asset debenture for you. Give us 4 undated checks. Get a guarantor for us. And it is not necessary that you are a prior, customer of our bank. What I mean by that is that you can walk into any branch of our bank today. It doesn't matter whether you feel that we do an average balance of your turnover in a month. What that means is that if your turnover for 6 months is 60 million, the highest amount we can give you is in the region of 9.5 to 10 million naira. We cannot give you more than that, more than 1 month average of your statement of account. Are we together? The reason for that is that we believe that beyond paying bank loans, the business must survive. The business owners as well must survive, and everybody that is around that business. Now, for an amount that is above 5 million to 10 million, 20 million, and so on and so forth, we will require you to give us, the CFO or registration procedure you have started with the Lagos State government. And mind you, if you are in Lagos, but your building is in Abeokuta or Ibadan, it doesn't matter anywhere it is in Nigeria, as long as that building has been registered or you have started with the registry, the process of obtaining your CFO, fantastic, we can work with you. As long as you have started the business registration, the premises registration. Now, we all know what it costs for those of us who have been dealing with commercial bank, what it takes to perfect a legal mortgage. To perfect a legal mortgage in Lagos could be in the region of 2 million. And here you are with a customer who want to collect just a loan of 7 million. It means the man is going to be trading away with almost 30% of the loan, even before the loan is accessed. What we have done in order to make it easy, because we know what the entrepreneurs are going through, is to do what we call equity mortgage. What is equity mortgage? Equity mortgage is simply the deposit of your legal mortgage. That's your CFO. We agree with you that the moment you start defaulting in your payment, we will accelerate the process of what? Of perfecting the legal mortgage. And I think that is fair enough to everybody. The bank is not going to charge you for perfecting the legal mortgage at the beginning. That is the difference between us and the commercial banks. We will just ask you, drop your CFO with us, or whatever registration you have done so far on the building. Then, unless and until you start defaulting, we don't start the process of perfecting the legal mortgage. It means that if you don't default throughout the lifespan of the loan, we just give you back your, CFO, and you don't pay unnecessarily for perfection of legal mortgage. I think that's understood enough. Now, if you don't have CFO, then you have heavy equipment that you are using where you are doing your business. We can still do all asset debenture for you for an amount that is above 5 million up to 20, 30 million. Because we understand there are entrepreneurs, especially large-scale entrepreneurs, who have a lot of, machineries that they can pledge in form of collateral on their loan. We will collect it from you and also make sure that you are able to access loan from us. Our loan is always 1 year, except for asset acquisition one. I will get to that in a while. For all our SME loan is within 12 months, and it is easy for you to access. There is no hidden charges as far as we are concerned. The interest rate as we speak today is 26.5% per annum, with the subtraction of 2% upfront fee, which is what people call legal fee and administrative charge. That is one off. But what is annualized, what you pay per annum, is 26.5% of the loan. And it's straightforward. We just calculate what the 26.5% of that, add it to your main loan, divide it by 12, and you pay on equal basis for 12 months. Now, that is for SME. We also have scheme that is designed for asset acquisition. For instance, I'm a baker. I bake bread, but I want to enlarge my outlet. I want to have maybe 2 or more bakeries in around Lagos, and I need some mixers. I need some other equipment that I want to buy. We can partner with you. We know it might be difficult for you to give us collateral. We will say, okay, fine, no problem. Let us use the assets you want to acquire as collateral. What you do for us is that you will do 30% equity contribution of the equipment that you want to buy, of the machineries. So it means that if the equipment is going to cost 10 million, you are going to put 30% in your account. So the bank is going to add the additional 70%. The reason we do that is that we are not collecting any additional collateral from you. Secondly, we want to ensure there is some element of commitment on the loan. That is as far as, you know. Okay, can I finish before? All right. That is as far as, you know, asset acquisition is concerned. Gender in the sense that we know that if majority of women have something doing, the prosperity of the country is not far-fetched. And that can be proved from any part of the world. Any country where women are largely empowered, the country by and large is going to be successful in the long run. So we have what we call Amazon loan. That is for women. Now, those women need to get business before. They can just be friends who are living within the neighborhood. They can call themselves a fellow women association, whatever name that, you know, they like, they can come up with that. And what we do is that they can access loan from us on the basis of their capacity. What we just do is to do what we call cross-guarantorship for them. What do we mean by cross-guarantorship? Is that Madam A can actually be the guarantor to Madam B. Madam C can be the guarantor to Madam D. And on the basis of analyze their loan and their, you know, their statement of account, on the basis of that, we grant them loan. The interest rate is the same as 26.5%. It is also annualized. It's within 1 year, they will be able to pay back. Beyond that also, can I move forward? Okay. Beyond that, we also have loans that are also tailored towards people who are, you know, into business for a very long time, but the problem they have is just the working capital. They need working capital very urgently, and they want to be able to continue with their loan. What we do is that if you can just if you could just give us a guarantor and also give us something like collateral, we will work out exactly what your business needs in form of working capital and make the loan available to you. Now, who is qualified to access loan from NISA Microfinance Bank? Anybody who is into business can access loan from us. What are the requirements I need? The only requirement you need to have is to supply us 6 months statement of your account with the other bank. Analyze it, like I said, we are going to take an average of 6 months turnover and also on the basis of that, give you the loan. What is the duration when you want to collect loan from us? How long does it take? Within a space of 2 weeks, if you can supply all the documents we've asked from you, the loan will be out. Are there hidden charges? There are no hidden charges. Thank you very much. Questions, please.
Thank you very much. I have a question. I said I should. Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Abiodun. Yeah. I have just 2 questions. One, how have you been able to recoup such bad loans from your would-be your customers?
How have we been able to recover bad loans?
Yes.
Okay.
Where the customer is maybe as a result of yes, there is a default and maybe the customer is bankrupt. Okay. 2, how have you been able to ascertain or confirm that the same pledged assets or properties that are being used has not been used elsewhere? Yes, pledged assets. Okay. How have you been able to ascertain or verify, maybe in the course of your due diligence over time, to ensure that that same assets or properties have not been used elsewhere to, yeah, okay. Thank you very much.
First and foremost, how many of us are beneficiary of Target Credit Facility COVID-19? You have a family member, a relation that benefited from it. 500,000, 1 million, 300K. I want to use that to answer the question. Now, every facility that is given in Nigeria today necessarily has to be registered on the credit bureau. Before I left my house this morning, I have been inundated with calls from customers who got our messages and those who are already shouting because they know what is coming. It is now extremely difficult for you to default in Nigeria when you collect loan. And I'm going to tell you in a short while. Now, as a loan is booked, at least the bank is required by law to register you on at least 2 credit bureau agencies to put it there. Your credit information. Mr. Lawal is owing Naisa Microfinance Bank 1 million naira SME loan. What is the status of loan? Is it performing, delinquent, lost? Do you understand now? That is one. It means you cannot go to any other bank to get another loan. Because the first thing a loan officer does, application for a loan, is to go and check on the credit bureau. That is why a lot of people are bombarding our office now. Those who want to go to embassy to go and do interview, Canadian embassies, American, they will come. The embassy told us we are owing money. That Target Credit Facility, they are coming to pay down. You understand now? That is number 1. Number 2 is that there is something called GSI, Global Standing Instruction. It became law in year 2020. What it's simply saying is that when you are defaulted in your loan and you also waste time, you allow it to expire, the Central Bank of Nigeria through the bank has the authority to trigger GSI. What it means to trigger GSI is that every account that is associated with your BVN, which is unique to you alone, the team will be scanning through all the banks in Nigeria and be removing your balances in the account. So that's for you to, default and not want to pay. But even if those other 2, measures fail, the bank has its internal mechanism to make sure that customer pay. Apart from, visiting the customer, you also know something, that we are asking you to give us undated checks when you are applying for loan. What we simply do is that when you default, and after about 3 months of default, we will send your check into clearing. If the check returns back unpaid, you are liable to 3 years imprisonment without fine. I hope you are aware. For issuing dud check. So by the time we trigger that process and we are at magistrate court, it's no longer a tea party. So it is a little bit difficult now to default on loan. Then on the equipment pledge for, as collateral, there is a national created under the law by the Central Bank of Nigeria called NCR, National Collateral Registry. Collateral Registry. And the National Collateral Registry is a website that is open to all banks. Immediately you pledge your equipment, I get the serial numbers on the receipt and I confirm that it belongs to you. I go to NCR and I register it. If you sell the equipment, what I mean by selling is you sell the equipment that buys from you. Because as a buyer, you are supposed to ask from your bank, please help me to confirm this second-hand equipment, is it registered on NCR? Yeah. Then before we also use your equipment, we will go to NCR to go and find out, okay, whether that equipment, we just input the serial number, and that's all. Equipment that are not that are not brought from abroad, that don't naturally have their serial number, we create serial number for equipment that are, you know, that are manufactured in Nigeria. Those ones that are, what do they call it now? Locally manufactured by Firo and the rest of them. We work hand in hand with them. When they manufacture an equipment, we tell them the kind of, you know, serial number they should input on it, and we can use that to register the equipment. I think the questions are answered, right? Okay.
From what you have said, this is serious. Send away investors from coming to you to borrow money. Now, can I declare force majeure? If I borrow money from you, like I set up a poultry farm, a large poultry farm, and due to bird flu, I lost all the birds. Can I declare force majeure?
Microfinance Bank has the largest number of customers under poultry farming because of AGMI's loan. Fishery, you know, agri to farmers in those categories as NISA Microfinance Bank. And we have not killed anybody for defaulting. Now, every loan that is 5 minutes more, okay, I'll be fast. Every loan that is given out, we have collaboration with insurance company that get the farm insured. What that means is that if you suffer bird loss that is not occasioned by you, you know there is a difference between armed robbers came to my farm at night and I don't have a CCTV. They carried away all the birds and I want the bank to indemnify. Insurance will take care of that because it can be either way. But when there is, you know, visible issues with your farm, flood came, you know, wipe off all the fish in the fish farming, or something, bird flu happened, there is an insurance company that will indemnify you if you have been paying your insurance premium. Is that okay? And the bank will also be intelligent enough to restructure the loan. We can restructure the loan for you to make sure that you are not badly affected. Do you understand now? We are talking about clear case of issues that are beyond your power now. It's a different thing if you sell off the farm yourself. That borders on criminal issues now. And it will be handled like that effectively. So there is nothing to be afraid of. Any other question? Okay.
Day on the business,
because over time you find out that some of these there are a lot of organizations, maybe because we are not part of them, but we have a lot of information, or we hear that some of these organizations that are bankrupt today or that are going down, that some of the directors, they have huge loans, they default, and you keep giving them. Yeah. So over time, we don't want to mention names here, but you know them. I know you know them, sir. Or you use.
Let me answer your question. That's because we need you have like 2 minutes. Great governance system in every organization. When you have board of directors, you also have credit committee that look at the credit procedure trading in that organization. It is when all of these procedures are being compromised that you have directors that finish off the bank. But the question you want to ask is this: what makes it possible for these things to happen? That is when you have an all-powerful CEO or chairman who is not allowing people to do their job. But in the kind of the banking industry we have today, to remove an MD that was performing. I want to mention the name, but it's already in the public domain. It was removed. The MD that was asked to go unjustifiably was what? Was restored. And the bank is doing well. The bank just collapses anyhow. Did I answer your question? Is to strengthen the corporate governance. That's all. Okay.
Goes does. Supposing at the point of me applying for a loan. Okay. At the point
Rest of it. For any one of us, should we go around now? Whoever is interested in banking with us.
At the point of me applying for a loan from your bank, I have an existing business. Of which I submitted the statement of account for 6 months for analysis. Then how possible for me now to diversify my business, possibly to something else? Something else, yeah.
Working capital. Okay, you want to collect working capital to now use that money for another business entirely. The question is that if you do that, you will burn your fingers. And that is a lesson for all of us. If you collect working capital for an existing business and you divert it to another business entirely that you are about to start, you are about to end who will patronize you on that business. The off-takers are not, you are not the off-takers. Are you? No. The customers are the off-takers. The one you already have. If indeed you don't have your own initial capital, what you can do is to approach the bank. Then we'll package for you a term loan that will be easy for you to do. If you are into grocery, for instance, and you are starting today, before you will start making profits, can't be less than 2 years. Am I right? It means that you will need a time loan of about 3 years, 4 years from me. Then the interest rate will not be like that of the working capital. Hope you understand what I'm saying. Don't use existing business money. You use it to collect working capital, then you divert it to something else. In most cases, almost 100%, you will burn your fingers. Yeah.
That's the last question from online.
Okay. All right.
Come go ahead, sir. Hello, sir. You can go ahead to your question, sir. Online, sir. Yeah, I'm coming. Hello, sir. Hello, sir. Can you hear us, sir? He's talking. Hello, sir. Okay. I don't know why. Hey, still on. Sir, but can you type the question outside? It seems you're having connection problem here.
It's here, so the question, you can take the question after. Let's get the next.
Hello, sir. Okay. Okay, sir.
So, when the person is back, since you are still around, you are not leaving yet, so the questions will come. Then let's give the representative of NISAL a big round of applause. I hope all of us are being well informed about the goings and how to start up SMEs. Okay. Okay. And then before we go to the next speaker, I would like to call on the national president in the person of EKOBA E89. Sir, from NISAL, please come in appreciation for your time out and for educating us in the literal way. National president in the person of EKOBA E89 will be giving you a token on our behalf.
Okay. Sorry, let me call my colleague.
Okay. Inkem, Okay. Okay.
Yeah, on behalf of EKOBA High School, Old Boys Association, 83 set. I mean, hey, what school by On behalf of EKOBA High School Boys Association, 89 set, Mr. Biola, for the information of all the attendees, all our presenters are doing this for us free of charge. They are doing all the presentation for us free of charge, and we really appreciate you. I've gained a lot from your presentation, and I know that I can come to NASA to get business. So on behalf of EKOBA E89, we present this appreciation award to you.
Thank you very much.
Congratulations. Thanks for your presentation. And you will surely hear from our members. They have been collecting the forms, and you will hear from us soon. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, sir. And thank you for that lovely presentation. Please still have a seat because there might still be some questions after. So to move on as fast as possible, because our next speakers are waiting. Okay. They said, I learned the question is here now. Sir, the question is here now.
So the question goes like this. Can the last presenter outline a specific example regarding construction loan? Construction loan, yes, sir.
Okay. I should give specific example of what? The structure. The structure. Okay. Everybody knows that construction does not happen within a few months. The minimum you could have sometimes is 3 years, 4 years. Then you should be talking about terms loan. When you are talking about term loan, then you are talking about a loan that you will be negotiating for a little bit lower interest rate because of how long it might take for you to liquidate loan. What we will be asking the person, okay, let me quickly go to the structure. We look at if it's, for instance, if you are talking about road construction, then you are talking about maybe you are given some sort of what we call mobilization. Mobilization in Nigeria, except in Rivers State, under Governor Wike, you cannot get more than 30%. But Wike told us he was giving 80% because he didn't want any problem. So if you are into construction, the moment you get your mobilization fee, we will put it under what we call APG, Advanced Payment Guarantee. What the bank is going to do is to make sure the money comes to your account and we put it on lien. Then the money will be released to you per what we call mileage or what we call threshold. The threshold of the construction can be from the signing stage to mobilizing contractor to the site to, okay, we are going to be doing in the next 3 months, maybe 5 kilometers of road. When we look at what you will need, because there will be certificate of completion for each threshold, which you are going to take to the principal who gave you the contract in the first instance. That is as far as road construction is concerned. If it's about, maybe you are constructing an estate, and the fund, you are looking at money from your own purse, and also looking at the one you can mobilize from the bank. What we also do is we subject it to threshold completion. The bank will know if you ask for a term loan of 150 million, for instance, to be paid for 3 years, the bank is not going to credit your account with 150 million. What we are going to do is that give us how you want to execute the contract or the business. If you say fine, you are going to be executing about 9 units within 6 months. What does it take to do 9 units within 6 months? That is what will be credited to your account. It is after you have finished the 4th tranche, we can now release another one we will also issue what we call certificate of what? Of mileage performance. I hope the question is well answered. So the bottom line of what we are saying is that every construction project will go with a term loan. It cannot be a working capital or what we call advances. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. So we come to the end of that. So next I'll be calling on one of us, the former president of E89 Service Club, in the person of Ekori and Sunday Ojo, to come and introduce the next speaker. Ekori and Sunday Ojo, please.
Indomino. Indomino. Yeah, my name is Ekori Sunday Ojo, and I'm here to introduce the next speaker. The next speaker is by name John Bosco Obinwa Idoko. He's a project manager, PMP, and professional scrum master, a finance expert, an economist, a development finance professional with years of experience working in a development finance institution, commercial banks, and payment services companies. Currently, John Bosco Obinwa Idoko is a project manager, small and medium-scale businesses at the Bank of Industry, Nigeria. He was the team lead, leasing, communication, and fixed asset management at Bank of Industry Limited. John Bosco, who was a business process re-engineering lead and a branch service manager, holds a master's degree in international business, a bachelor's degree in economics, a diploma in banking and finance, and a certificate in French language and culture. He has a certificate in Islamic finance and banking from the Islamic Research and Training Institute. He also holds a certificate in humanitarian response to conflict and disaster from Harvard University. He is a chartered economist, a certified project manager, PMP, a professional scrum master, a member of the Chartered Institute of Bankers, Nigeria, and an associate member of the Institute of Corporate Administration and Industrialist. Previously, John Bosco served as customer service manager and later as branch service manager in a bank. John Bosco would later serve as regional operations branch coordinator, both on relief and acting capacities. As a financial professional, between 2011 and 2016, he was involved in the automation of internally generated revenue and also setting up of integrated payroll and employee management services system for different state governments in Nigeria. He's a skilled financial manager with many years of experience in banking, finance, human capacity building, project implementation, change and strategic management. Can you please join me in welcoming Mr. John Bosco Obinwa Idoko forward.
Okay, thank you. It's afternoon, so good afternoon all. My name is John Bosco Obinwa Idoko, like I was earlier on introduced. I'm also here with my colleague, Uzomo Okenwa. Okay, so like I said, I'm also here with a colleague by name Uzoma Okenwa. We are hoping to have this session as how long do we have? 45 minutes. Please. I have 45 minutes. Can I go on without the mic?
No, you can.
Okay, that's fine. 45 minutes, so may I be prompted when it's, okay. Sorry. The next slide, or? Okay, so would have to do this in a way that, I mean, we have so many slides, so we'll have to hurry look at the slides and get going. We understand that this is for the sake of knowing both how to go into business and how to fund the businesses, all right? So small and medium enterprises is what we want to look at. So globally, in today's world, it's known that what runs the economies of nations are small businesses and medium-scale businesses. They are the oil of the economies of the nations, of the countries of the nations, if you will, of the nations, you like. So globally, micro and small medium enterprises contribute an average of 40 to 50% of the GDP of nations. In Nigeria today, we know that we have over 37 million of MSMEs, and of which 99.7% are micro enterprises. That's according to Smithon. MSMEs contribute to over 75% of Nigeria's total employment, and about 80% of MSMEs in Nigeria have problems accessing funding or financing. The outlook, what is it like doing businesses in Nigeria? What do we look at? What do we think is the reason why MSMEs should thrive? Why should someone leave a place like Ghana and come to Nigeria? So Nigerian population today is over 190. As a matter of fact, 221 by estimate. 50% of this population is within the youthful age, at 18 to 35 years. It's projected that by 2050, Nigeria's population will be in the range of 391 million. Dislodging US as the third most populous country in the world. However, Nigeria has total unemployment rate of 18.8%, the highest unemployment rate since 2009. It's believed that 16 million Nigerians today are actively looking for jobs. Now, remember, we understand that this is to look at how to assess finances, what are the challenges of doing business for small businesses. So challenges to SMEs. SMEs, we understand, are highly unstructured in nature, inadequate business records, poor bookkeeping, lack of credit history, non-availability of collateral, because they are small businesses, they do not have it all, lack of bankable loan applications, high vulnerability to market fluctuations, lack of trained manpower and managerial skills, increased exposure to high cost of doing business. So the point we are trying to make here is we understand people would want to go into businesses here. We are saying these are the challenges that small businesses face in Nigeria and possibly across the nations of the world. Major issues, poor storage and handling practices leading to poor harvests, non-availability and high cost of raw materials, high cost of maintenance, and the likes. Like I said, we have so many slides, so we want to get up to speed. Now, for someone who wants to go into small businesses, what are the critical success factors for businesses? What do I need to take note of? What do I need to do to succeed in business? You have to drive cost efficiency. You have to drive cost efficiency. Maintain good customer service. Build industry knowledge in target segments. Assemble a competent team. Deploy efficient system. Or deploy efficient systems and processes for your business. I want to go into business. What do I need to do to ensure that my business succeeds. We're saying you have to maintain good cost level. In other words, the cost of doing business, you need to drive the cost of doing business down. Ensure you maintain good customer service. Know the business you're going into. Make sure that the systems and the processes that you want to use to do this business, they are efficient. Then make sure also that the people that will run this business with you are efficient. They know what to do, they know when to do it, and they know how to do it. Now, I want to do poultry business. I want to do leather works business. I want to do water business. How then do I source for fund? And we are saying there are different ways to source for funds. Now, you can source for fund by using your own money. In other words, I want to do business, and over the time I was working as a teacher, over the time I was working in Bank of Industry or anywhere else, I have saved up money for my business. So highlight the personal investment. This is money which comes from my own savings. It may be in the form of startup capital, used when the business is setting up. It may be in the form of additional capital, perhaps used for expansion. It could be a long term. And we're saying it has advantages. I don't need to repay this money. I don't need to repay this money. It's not interest accrual. I don't have to pay interest on this money. I do not have to lose ownership. Let's assume I borrowed money from Bank of Industry and there are challenges to repaying the loan. I mean, there are implications. But they're saying that when I saved up the money and I'm using my money to do this business, I am not afraid that I'll lose the ownership of this business. But there are disadvantages as well. The disadvantages include there's a limit to the amount an owner can invest. Personal finance may mean that the proprietor will not be driven to recover or to quickly recover the funds. Love money. Just like the name connotes, a family member can decide, okay, John Bosco wants to go into fish farming, and I have £1 million to contribute to his business. So when my family member, my relatives, my friends, when they come together and bring funding for my business, that's another way I can get finances for business. But we are saying also that this has advantages. It also has disadvantages. Quick and easy access to funds, less formal arrangements, imposes fewer restrictions. Nobody is asking you to do this or to do that. What are the disadvantages? Creates chances of loss, creates possible loss of return for use from use of savings, carries unlimited liability. Another way I can also finance or cost expansion in my business is what we call bootstrapping. Bootstrapping. This source of finance is only available for a business which has been trading for more than one year. You hire less people. What am I expected to do to be able to bootstrap? Make sure you hire less people. So let me just give a general overview. Bootstrapping is, I want to expand my business. I want to diversify my business. I want to have money to establish a business. I am saying, or we're saying that bootstrapping is when you already run a business for a while and the business has made some profits and you're taking some profits from profits made to plow back to your business to expand the business. So the advantage is that you don't have to repay some because it's profits you're plowing back. No interest is payable. But the disadvantage is that it's not open to new businesses. In other words, you can't bootstrap from a new business. I mean, you can't give what you do not have, right? Another way I can get resources or funding for my business is partnership. So I want to do a business. I might have the expertise for this business. Our guy here has the finances for this business. I would need to partner with him to do the business. In other words, bring from here, bring from there, come together and do business. Venture capitalist. Venture capitalist is could be an individual, it could be a business. Their concern is to bring funding to someone who wants to do a business, bring funding to someone who wants to do a business, and be part of ownership of that business. Angel investors. So angel investors, just like the name says, angels are generally wealthy people who invest directly in small firms owned by others. Angels tend to finance the early stages of business. So someone comes and says, I hear you want to do a business. I want to contribute to your business. His aim is not necessarily to strangle you or to be part of the ownership of the business, but he wants to put some level of control by having people in this business to manage this business. Now, government grants and subsidies. Government grants and subsidies. So government agencies provide financing such as grants and subsidies that may be available to your businesses. Depending on the areas of business, the CBN is there, BOI is there, NESAL is there, and even other various ministries are also there to provide funding for your businesses. Then business incubators. This is mostly found in places like Lagos, Abuja, and the likes, if you like. I mean, in the context of Nigeria. Business incubators generally focus on tech sectors by providing support for new businesses at various stages. Usually it goes beyond funding. Incubators will invite new businesses to share in their premises. They want to reduce your costs. They want to provide a space for you. They want to provide you with ideas and knowledge of business. So they can say, somebody wants to run a printing press, come and put your machine here. Another person wants to run a leather works business, come and put your machine here. Use the space, use the resources, the lights, the water, so you can run your business, so you can drive down your costs. Then bank loans. Bank loans are the most commonly used source of funding. In general, banks are looking for companies with sound track record and have excellent credit history. Then accessing funds from banks. There are a few things the bank will ask you, or that will look at, the banks will look at when they want to advance you credits, or when they want to give you a loan. The bank will look at, do you have the character? Do you have the character that they can trust to give you the facility? Do you have the capacity in the area of business you want to choose? Do you have the capacity? You can have the character, can be a very good person, but do you have the capacity to run the business? So if you have the character, but you're deficient in capacity, it's a problem. Then the capital, how much do you want? How much do you want? How much will the business take? The money you're asking for, can it do the business? Is it less than you should be asking for? Is it much more than you should be asking for? The collateral, what's the security of the money you want? I mean, nobody wants to give money to another person without securitizing this money. Remember, the banks don't mint money. The banks collect money from A to give to B. So the bank also will need to pay back the people who have brought these monies. Then the conditions. What are the conditions? A review of economics specific to the industry, as well as the overall state of the country's economy. In summary, SMEs will instill confidence in financial institutions by addressing all of the concerns of the 5 C's of credit lending. All right? Then how the Bank of Industry can help. Too fast, too slow? I hope we are we good? Yeah. Okay, so how can BOI, how can Bank of Industry help? So the Bank of Industry first is important to state the vision of the bank, the mission of the bank. The vision of the bank is to be Africa's leading development finance institution operating under global best practices. Then our mission. Now it's important to understand that from our mission, you can answer the questions of what do we fund? What can we fund? Our mission is to transform Nigeria's industrial sector by providing financial and business support services to enterprises. Our mandate is to provide financial assistance for the establishment of large, medium, and small projects, as well as expansion, diversification, modernization of existing enterprises, and rehabilitation of existing ones. So our specific areas, our focus areas, agriculture, manufacturing, solid minerals, services, that's the creative industry, the Nollywood, the music industry, and others, construction and real estate, oil and gas. Core sectors, the same thing. So what have we done so far? Or what are the funds? So remember, I earlier said that the banks don't mint money, all right? So the banks give money that Mr. A has provided to Mr. B with the hope of Mr. B paying back. So we have different funds that from where we can take funds to advance to small businesses. So we have the Nigerian Context Intervention Fund, that's about $200 million. We have the Agro Mechanization Fund, about 10 billion naira. We have the Food and Agro Processing, about 15. We have the Dangote Fund, 5 billion. We have the Nolly Fund, about 1 billion. The Fashion and Beauty Fund, about 1 billion as well. Now we have people, or we have businesses or ventures and companies that we also work with that are called the BDSP, that's Business Development Service Providers. What do they do for us? What do they do for you as a business owner? They help you look at the business you want to run and to allow the business. So these are the places we have our business outlets. Our operating model, the micro enterprise, the small and medium enterprises, the large enterprises. Now, our security and collateral types. We have the structures of the loans we give between 1 to 10 million. What do we accept as security? 2 guarantors, landed property, or bank guarantee. We have about 10 to 500 million. What do we accept as security? Bank guarantee, landed property. Then above 500 million, we also have what we accept as security, that's a bank guarantee. I understand that our time is running out. What do we not do? What can't we do for a business? We do not make cash disbursements. We do not take bribes to give you a loan facility. In other words, if anybody comes to you and says that give me 10 million for me to give you a BOI loan, we do not do that. We do not sell our forms. We do not unnecessarily delay your loan. What might delay your loan is your documentation. I still have time. Okay, so how to apply for our loan? Our general requirements: applicants must be a registered business. We don't give loans to individuals. We give loans to businesses, registered businesses. Where to apply? We have our websites, or you can walk into any of our offices and make inquiries for loan application. Loan pre-approval requirements. We also have on our website a checklist of the requirements to access our loans. Our interest rates are wonderful, usually below 10% or 10% for term loans and 12% for working capital. Our loan application processing time is within 4 weeks. Of course, it's also a function of your ability to meet up with the requirements. That's about that.
Well, my question is simple. We've been looking at all the presentations and we have been seeing the 5 billion, the 200 million and stuff like that. Like, one thing is that those amount you are talking about, is it in general or per organization?
Okay, so I need to make sure where the question. So there was a place I talked about the funds available to the bank, where you possibly saw the $200 million, the 10 billion. All right, that wasn't about the loan amount to give to individuals. That was about when I was explaining that we have funds from where we advance individuals, because banks are intermediaries, all right? So that was what that slide was all about. Now, do we have loans for 1 million? That's why I came to this slide. We have, yes, amounts that you want, 1 million, 10 billion, 500 million, depends on the capacity of the business you want to run. Yes, so we advance you based on the resource you want, or you need actually, not you want. I don't know if that answers the question.
It answers a little bit. Yeah, one thing again is that because...
No, let me make sure I answer it very well.
It answers it. But we are looking at the... is it now the commercial bank must be an intermediary, or we come to you directly?
You come to us directly.
So there is no... when you said 4 weeks, you know there are some things that actually may not be easy for you to get in 4 weeks. So what are the basic things that you think is needed so that instead of wasting time and saying, okay, 4 weeks, and I get to you, because I find out that in most cases where you're dealing with banks, they tell you some details. And by the time you get to provide the details, they will now bring another set of details so that one will know when I'm approaching BOR that these are the things I need, so that I will be like, what is wasting his time or wasting your time.
Okay. The 4 weeks, remember, we said is a function of when your documentation is complete. All right. For a business, what are the things you need to assess loan? You need first to give us all that you use in registering the business, i.e., the Corporate Affairs Commission documentation for registering your business. You need to also give us the 3 years account statements, right, of the business. I mean, there are a whole lot of things to start enumerating, but basically, you need to give us your registration documentation. You need to give us information about the individuals behind the business. Can I start reeling them out? I mean, there are too many to start reeling out. Yes. So that's also what you can access on our website. You know, I talked about a checklist of what you want. But please walk into any of our outlets. We'll give you pamphlets on what you need. But they're not stifling. They're not things you cannot provide, especially for small businesses. They are not things you cannot provide.
Okay, my question goes thus. First, what's the difference between BOI and BOI Microfinance Bank? And then, if we're approaching you for these facilities, do we approach the microfinance bank or we come to your office? That's number one. Then number two, what do you have for startups? A new business, not like existing, just starting up. Is there anything for BOI? And number three, which is the last one, if, for example, an existing business, and then like expansion, do you also welcome like a group, like our group now, like EKOBA now? Do you do something like that, or you only deal with individual firm or person or something like that?
Okay, so we BOI Microfinance is a subsidiary of Bank of Industry. So Bank of Industry has subsidiaries. A number of them. There is the Lecon Financial Services, there is the BOI Microfinance, there is the insurance arm, and also there is, what's that one? There is the trustees, BOI trustees. All right, so if you want a loan from Bank of Industry, you can approach Bank of Industry directly. If you also want a loan from the BOI Microfinance, you can also approach BOI Microfinance directly. That answers the first question, I hope. Okay. The second question, sorry. Startup. The startup business financing is the same thing with, when I say the same thing, I mean, is there something for startup? Yes, there is something for startup. There is something for expansion. There is something for any level of business you want to do. The criteria for startup, the criteria for startup will certainly be different from what you need for expansion. Remember, businesses, it doesn't matter how long or how old your business is. Every loan is appraised individually. In other words, I can't say because the two gentlemen here are running the same kind of business, they've run the business for the same number of years, that he wants 10 million, he also wants 10 million, I can just advance them the 10 million. No, the loans are going to be appraised individually. So my point is, for startup businesses, when you come, the person who is asking for the loan, the company, the people behind the company, the kind of business, where you're going to run the business, the readiness of the company to run the business are part of the things that we need to appraise for the loan. The third question. Yes, we have. We don't do cooperatives.
I'm just using that as a group like this association.
No.
We can't push, we can't promote our member to.
What you can do is to have a registered business. It doesn't matter how many members of the group are part of the owners of the business.
Good afternoon. My name is Demola Shonibare. I want to ask some certain questions. Number one, is there a gender-based facilities, like for women and a sort of, because I've listened to some of your program on TV, and I think BOI has a sort of female sort of facilities for them. That is number one. Number two, I know it's a Bank of Industry. Do you have facilities for educational institution? Then the third one is, how long does it take when someone applies for your facilities to be able to access that kind of loan facilities? Thank you.
Hello, good afternoon. Okay, so let me rephrase your questions to be sure I caught it. Number one, do we have a gender desk? Number two, yes. Number two, do we have facilities targeted towards education? Then number three, the duration for application. Okay, so for the first one, do we have a gender desk? Yes, we do have a gender desk, and the gender desk is targeted towards female CEOs. Okay, so for businesses run by women, the gender desk is mandated, okay, to actually intervene in their businesses. Now, for educational facilities, it's interesting you're asking this question, and something tells me you have some insider information. For educational facilities, yes. Okay, I know it is not fully in the market yet, okay, but we do have. So let's give an instance. You have a secondary school, okay, and you're looking at expanding your laboratories, for instance. At BOI, or any institution for that matter, at BOI we can help you finance such. Okay, even if you want to incorporate beyond the laboratories, you're looking at other teaching aids. Okay, like the current whiteboards, the electronic boards. You want to procure buses, for instance. We can look at all this collectively and help you finance it. Okay, so do we have under our mandates the obligation to finance the educational sector? Yes, we do. Then for the third one, the duration, I'm a bit careful to answer that, right? Because duration has a lot to do also with the customer. From the point you apply, it's not about, okay, I'll give something like this played out last week, okay? So a customer walks into the office to say, I want to apply for X amount for this kind of facility. And we gave him the requirements. Now, like my colleague earlier mentioned, part of the requirements is that you provide your CSC documents. It is not the only requirement, it's part of it. So he submits that on a Monday, okay? Then he has started counting for me. I don't think that's fair. Okay, so because there are certain documents we require, okay, to commence the process of appraising your project. And I think that was the question you were asking earlier. Do I need to submit everything stated on the checklist, okay, before you even start that process? That is where we have that understanding. Okay, so the appraisal process is broken down into different stages. Stage one would be me carrying out my due diligence. So what is the due diligence? I want to make sure you're registered appropriately with CSC, for instance. I want to check on the promoters of the business to be sure they say they are who they are. I also want to check on your credit history. I want to see if you have loans with other financial institutions. I want to see if those loans are performing. Okay? Then I also want to see if you're in any way exposed politically or exposed financially. Now, so the question would be, how do I reach that arrangements with the customer? Yes, there are instances, especially when the project is urgent. Okay, so we can have an agreement to say, you know what, we can proceed with carrying out due diligence. Okay, we can proceed to carry out due diligence in these various stages I have mentioned. However, all documents listed on the checklist as required would have to be provided. We can have that agreement. So you don't come, dump one document and say, Uzo, I've dumped one, I've started counting. Then the next time I see you is in 2 weeks. You drop your ID card, you disappear. No, it doesn't work that way. But on an average, within a space of a week or two, you have your offer. The documents have been provided. At least we've seen instances where even the offer letter, that is the approval, is obtained within a week. Okay, and if you are able to meet with the post-approval requirement between application and the between 2 to 3 weeks. I hope I answered that. Okay? All right. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Okay. Any women with any question? Madam, you have any question? Okay. Okay, if you want to represent the woman, he can represent the woman. But before we go ahead, and who owns this Toyota Corolla JBD 59AH and Toyota Highlander LSD 709HG?
Okay, thank you. I don't need. I have a very, yeah. Is it necessary? Okay. Thank you for the answer given. I have 2 questions, and the first question is, is it that our BOI does not require a collateral before you can get a loan? That's number 1. And number 2, because I've seen in other claims where banks act as venture capitalists, is BOI able to play the role of a venture capitalist? And the profit is going to be shared based on agreed terms.
Okay, so do we require security for our loans? Yes, absolutely. Short Coincidentally, that's the slide that we have on our face. So we require collateral, require security for our loans, and they have been graduated in the hierarchy of the amounts that the business is asking for. So yes, we require security for our loans. Do we do business partnership? That's what it sounds like. Let me just leave the word venture capitalist out of it for the benefit of no. We do not go into partnerships to do business with our customers or business with the obligor to share profits. No. Our business is to advance you credit. Your business is to do the business, and your business is to return the money. Our business is to return the money to the person who, quote unquote, funded both of us. Do we have more questions?
All right, thank you very much for that. But you'll still have to wait here. Thank you. Thank you for that presentation. I think any other questions will be getting across to you. We'll get your details. So I'd like to call on Ekoriano Joe to please make a presentation to you in appreciation for you being here. You can join him so that it will be. Though there is a mistake because it was Dr. Uche that was supposed to come, so we already blazoned it on his name. So since you are here, you'll be receiving it on his behalf. Hold on, they've gone to bring it. You'll be.
On behalf of EKOBA High School Old Boys Association, EKOBA E89, I present this appreciation award to the Bank of Industry, to Dr. Uche Nwachukwu, ably represented by John Bosco Idoko, in recognition of your presence as a guest speaker at the 2023 Business Conference organized by EKOBA High School Old Boys Association, 89 sets.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Who is the owner of this Toyota Corolla JBD 59AH? Toyota Corolla JBD 59AH. So, in continuation of the program, let's give another round of applause to the representative of Bank of Industry. At least we can all see that there are so many things that we are not privy to, and it's not as difficult as we always assume it to be. So thank God for this opportunity, and I hope at the end of this day we'll be able to make the better use of it. So in continuation, let's just have about 2-3 minutes recess, and then we'll continue in another 2-3 minutes. All right. Attention, please. Instead of the 2 minutes recess, we'll be having lunch. So we'll start that by doing the sequence. We'll start from the very back so that you can go, and then after, it's like a buffet. So you get served. Thank you.
Very good.
great launch. So, without much ado, we would like to go to this last segment for today, which will be handled by one of our own. An accountant by profession. And a Korean too. And presently, okay. A graduate of EKOBA High School. Yes, now he graduated from EKOBA High School. And also a graduate of OSU in Ago, or graduated from OSU in Agoway with BSc Accounting, a member of ICANN, and he has gone to the highest level of being an FCA. He also has a master's in business administration on human resource and leadership. He is certified human resource personnel and is a manager, finance, EHR, SOP Consultants Limited. Let us welcome a Korean Owolabi, and he's happily married too, our very own.
Good afternoon. Thank you all for welcoming me and having me at this August occasion of our business conference for 2023. Yeah, we've been here since morning. Even though I'm supposed to be part of you, I came a bit late. Not because of anything, but because of prayer. You know, in Nigeria, we have prayer all the time. Pressure. So, but thank God I met up with the time. Yeah, the purpose of this lecture, also important because of the package we have for this seminar. You cannot rule out this aspect. Reason being that in all whatever we do or lectures we have here, if you don't have this aspect, you might just be walking and sweating because you won't have evidence if you are asked. Let's see the result of your sweat. You won't have anything to show. And perchance someone or you meet a money bag or an investor or a venture capitalist that want to, or a politician that's looking for somewhere to hide his money. Then you won't have anything to show that, oh, I've run this business for the past 2, 3, 4, 5 years. Nothing to show, at least to show that you have been doing it well. I remember very recently that Lagos State government brought out a bond. The period was so short, so I was afraid, being an accountant. How can you tell me that within 4 or 5 working days, we should put in everything? Then maybe you are trying to hide the money stolen before somewhere. So I will invest in that kind of thing. But for federal government own, is doing well, and about 3 weeks. So you have ample time to consult your advisors, your lawyers, whether you should put in or not, because at least you have. But this one I say 4 days. Something is missing. I'm not saying for a risk person, I have insurance people here. I think Sharafa is here, Zebi is here. So those are risk people. They know those things that you use to determine, okay, this thing is good or it's not good. Go into it, don't go into it. So those things, you see the signs. When something is going to fail, you see the signs. So, but when you have records of whatever you do in your business and is looking good, anyone will want to partake with you, share in your risk, also probably assist you to grow more than, because there are some of us that could fly very well, but because we don't have enough wings, so it becomes difficult to move ahead. And because you are not even doing your business well because you just believe that strength, everything is not about strength. Strategy also matters a lot. And so one of the things that, ways that you can, do, or you can, ways you can adopt to strengthen your business is to, as a matter of fact, have good records. Secondly, present it in a manner that attracts those that want to put in, to put in funds into the business. So today, we'll be talking about what is called small business accounting. Why is it small? Because, one, I'm not addressing accounting professional class. So I won't be using all those big grammars that we use in finance, so to say, finance seminars. So I will come to the very lowest level, day-to-day things that we understand, so that at least we won't say, oh, what is this man saying? So we call it, anyway, don't mind me, our president gave me the topic, so I have no choice than to walk around it. So it's a topic from my president, so I just have to walk around it. So it says, small business accounting, how to set up and manage your accounting books. So we all know what is book, and we all know what is called keeping. They are English words, so they say bookkeeping. Some of us we did account when we were in secondary school. You understand what I mean by bookkeeping. So I decided to go to that level so that we can appreciate what we want to talk about. So it's a bookkeeping is the process by which, who is person controlling the slide? Next slide, please. Bookkeeping is the process by which a company's financial transactions are recorded Okay, it is a process by which a company's financial transactions are recorded into organized accounts on daily basis. This one. So, bookkeeping is the foundation of accounting. It is the provider of information that accounting uses. You see, I said book and keep. Book is records, things that you can write on. And then keeping is the act of putting information or data into it. So, personally, as the business owner or a sole proprietor or in a partnership with people or your colleagues, small businesses like that, you might not have the ability to recruit core professionals, but you can at the same time keep records of whatever you are doing. At intervals, you can then call professionals to help you put it in a professional manner, fine-tune it, present it in such a way that you can use it. Because there are some people who call stakeholders, users of that information. Don't think because your business is a private business, nobody should have interest in whatever record you keep. Somebody must have interest, and that is government. Even if you don't want to show other categories of users, government will ask you, oh yeah, come and pay your tax. Where are your records? Because they will ask you. So it is important. And even for your own good too, you need to keep those things. So how do you do? Every day, some of us here are rendering services. Some are producing things. Some are reselling, maybe as sub-dealers to others. So no matter the kind of business you run, you need to have a way that you record your activities. And most importantly, we have this attitude because we are running sole businesses. We believe that, okay, I want to buy airtime. I can take money from my pocket and buy it. So far I can have the money. I want to take Uber, I can do it. I want to buy materials, I can buy it. You don't know whether you are running at loss or profit. Okay, you have 2, 3, 4 jobs that you are running at the same time. You don't know which one is giving you profit, which one is giving you loss. There are some that you need to even drop. Oh, sir, that business, I don't think I can do. I don't have the time for it. Reason because you know if you take it, it will eat into the ones that are profitable. So you rather leave it. So you take all the records of whatever you are doing, marry it against the inflow, which we call revenue. So if you don't have records of these things, whoever is going to assist you to present it in a professional manner will not have anything to work on. And that's what takes me to type of bookkeeping. That is type of records you keep. Single entry, double entry. The most common type is double entry. Single entry, most times, a single entry bookkeeping is a cash book. I say a cash book is maintained whereby you record your income and expenses. We know what a cash book is a 2 leaves, just like a big note, right? We rule it, dates, details, cash, bank, whatever. Expense side, motor running, fueling, repairs, all manner of things. That's a single entry. You are not an accountant, but you want to have records of whatever you do. So as you make revenue, maybe Cooper gave some jobs to Mr. Olasheni. Let me produce this plaque. And then Mr. Olasheni has sent a bill to him, and then he pays Mr. Olasheni because he has somewhere to deliver to. So that money comes to Mr. Olasheni as revenue. It comes to him as cost. You understand? So, but double entry is an entry is recorded in at least 2 accounts, a debit or credit. The amount recorded for debit must be equal to the amount recorded for credit. And that's where you have this example. For instance, you pay rent of your location or shop or office. See, you can see rent is an expense. So you debit rent and then credit cash. Cash because probably you paid in cash. And if it is bank, you still put it credit bank because probably you use a double entry cash book. So steps in bookkeeping. Just like what I've been saying. Analyze the transaction and assign them to respective accounts. Now, these accounts are the expenses I was talking about. Rent, printing and stationery, fueling, repairs. You can remember many of them now. There are so many. So, you analyze those expenses. The nature, most times, of the expense determines where you put it. For instance, you branch at the filling station and you refuel your vehicle. You either call it fueling or motor running. Do you understand? Or maybe you branch by to purchase maybe writing materials, pens or biro or ruler for your office. That is print. We call it printing and stationery. Do you understand? Then if you pay your landlord, that's of course rent. So the nature of the expense determines where you put it. And so it now depends on how you want to cut the period. We call it cut-off point. Is it monthly? Most times it's monthly, of course. Some can say, okay, weekly I want to know whether I'm doing well or not. So that monthly will be too late for me to make amends. Some will say, okay, monthly is okay. Some say quarterly is okay. It depends on what you want to do. The next thing is write the original entries that debit and credit the appropriate account, just like I showed in the previous slide. Debit, rent, credit, cash. Post the entries into the ledgers, just as it has been posted here. And then adjust the entries at the end of the accounting period. You know, I said either monthly or quarterly or half yearly or yearly. But most times it's good for you to do it monthly because if there's anything you need to adjust to quickly, you adjust before more damage is done. Then benefits of bookkeeping. What do you tend to derive from doing this? Detailed recording. That is, it helps when drawing your financial statement. I will come to that later. It seems to be a big word, sort of financial statement. Always compliant with the law. Because at the end of the year, the taxman will say, Mr. Muyo Olasheni, please let's have your tax, your details of your revenue for last year. We want to assess you. Do you understand? So you are complying with the law by having your record. Then easy to plan. That is when you want to do forecast, maybe say for next month or for next half year. you have records to fall back because you cannot forecast into the future without looking at what you have been doing. So it's easier for you to plan, forecast, and do your budget. Then better external relations. I said it earlier on. An investor wants to put money into your business, or you even want to access loan from the bank. The bank wants to see your record of how you have been performing because he wants to rate you. How much can I conveniently loan you so that my money will not become bad? So they want to see your record. So better external relations with investors, and bankers. Then better tax predictions, like I said earlier on. Then faster financial analysis. Faster business response time, easier audit. You see, faster financial analysis, if anybody wants to help you to present your data to investor, to bankers, to whoever, they can see records. So it makes it fast. I remember sometime, I think 1994, thereabout, I used to have one person, he's still a very good person to me, elderly. He was a gas merchant, and he wanted to enter this, what we call haulage. And then, of course, somebody just gave him a hint because he has some friends doing it. And then he now approached his bank. He assumed that you need loan, just go to bank. He said, where is your financial statement? Where is your audited account? Where is your cash flow? He now remembered Femi. Okay. He just called me. I'm in the office. Okay, I even thought something. He now said, bye. I said, okay, no problem. There are ways we do it now. Where are the records you have on your record? What is record? I said, sir, do you pay rent for your office? He said, I pay rent now. Do you eat? Why won't I eat? Okay. Your call card, do you buy it? Okay. Your vehicle, do you fuel it? Yes. This question, I said, those are the things I need. If I have to put this thing down for you, for the information the bank needs. He said, I don't know. And he has been in business for more than 10 years. This guy at that time, he had 17 shops selling gas at that time. And funnily, he's a master's degree holder. But he never worked for anybody in his life. He worked for his father, and the father set him up. And then from there, started. So look at his level, he never cared about it. But when he now needed to expand, he now remembered bank. And bank now said, where are your records? You see the importance? So we're able to weather the storm at that time. So then, faster business response time. Because if you have record, a professional will be able to put your things together for whoever needs that information. Then easier audit. If they want to audit your account, at least they have records to go through and then certify that your account. That's what it means by audited account. Not just bring an account. The one that was certified, there are special statements we put. This so and so show true and fair view of the state of affairs of so and so limited for the year ended. There are specific statements. If it's not written there, and then so now accounting system. From bookkeeping, we're graduating to accounting system. So accounting system is what an entity adopts in recording and managing her financial records, including income, that's your revenue, and expenditure. It is guided by a set of guidelines, yes, and procedures. You don't just do it anyhow. There are guidelines you follow in doing it. Then it is guided by a set of guidelines and procedures that helps generate accurate financial documents. Financial document, your statement of cash flow, your situation of profit, your balance sheet, or what have you. It enables you to be able to generate those documents. These documents are already referenced for both internal and external stakeholders. Who are the internal stakeholders? Your staff. They want to know whether I should invest in sort of from this company. Maybe the next salary is not guaranteed. Are we doing well? So if they know that we are not doing well, before you know it, they start taking off. So those are internal stakeholders. They are stakeholders because that's where they earn their daily living to maintain their family. So they are called stakeholders. Then external stakeholders, the investors, governments, shareholders, Those are external stakeholders. So financial statement, I talked about it the other time. Financial statement is a written record that shows the business activities and financial health of a company. Assumption, and in this financial statement has some assumptions. Assumptions underlying the preparation, how you prepare it, how you present it. That's what we call accrual and going concern. Accrual is that you record the transaction in the period we call it matching concept. You are producing plaque. At the same time, you are producing bags. At the same time, you are producing other materials. You need to know, okay, I put on my gen. What period or what number of hours did I spend in producing plaque? You want to allocate the fuel. You bought fuel of 20,000 into the gen. Maybe use for the whole day. But the same day you produce plaque, you produce bag, and produce other things. You need to allocate that to, okay, which one actually from these 3 things I did today, which one did I make profit or loss? So that's why it's saying that expense we incur, you must marry it against the income so that you know whether you did well or not. Then going concern, it means that your company wants to continue operating. You are operating in a manner that the company is not going to die. That's what we mean by it. The company will continue to operate for a foreseeable future. But nobody wants to set up a company and say in 2028 it will die. No, that's not your intention. Your intention is that you want to continue to run it and even leave it for your offspring. Then financial statements have some elements. Those things that constitute it. Say assets, liabilities, equity, income, and expense. All those things are what is summarized under this. Assets are resources that are controlled by an entity as a result of past events from which future economic benefits are expected. Your motor vehicle, operational vehicle, machineries. If you are maybe a production company, a printing company, a pure water company, you have machineries, you've invested in those assets. Those assets will bring revenue. Say a pure water producing company or a bottled water producing company, for instance, those machines that you have bought will bring revenue. The operational vehicles you have bought, they are assets. They will bring revenue because they are what you use for your daily activities. Then liabilities, of course, suppliers of raw materials. Look at what he said. The present obligation of our entity, that's liabilities, arising from past events. Please supply me rolls of nylons. Supply me chlorines. All those things you use in your pure water factory. Supply me this and that. The settlement of which is expected to result in outflow from the entity, because you are going to pay for them, of resources embodying economic benefit. If you don't buy those things, won't you use your money to drink trophy? Eh? Uh-huh. So, but because but because you need to make revenue, so because if your operational vehicle cannot go out, maybe documents are expired, you can contact Oshoko now. Oshoko, please, I need you in my office, so just come. This vehicle cannot distribute water. I don't want VIO to hold them. Those are costs, Abi. They are liabilities. So equity, that is residual interest of in asset of the entity after the deduction of all your liabilities. Don't let me go too much into that, but it is technical. Then income, of course, increase in, these are technical words you can see, because you understand what is income ordinarily. But for the emphasis of this seminar, we see how to explain it. So this is the increase in economic benefit during the period in form of inflows or enhancement of assets or decreases of liabilities that result in increased equity. Don't mind those jargons. Expenses, these are decreases in economic benefit. During the accounting period, there's a period you are rendering your account, say monthly, say quarterly, say half yearly or yearly. So during the accounting period, in form of outflows or depletion of asset, because as you use your asset, they are depreciating, whether you like it or not. There are tangible ones that you can see, there are intangible ones. So, but the fact is that so far you use them in your operation, they will be depleting in value. Now, setting up an accounting system. Select an accounting method. You don't just start doing your accounts. There are methods you follow. Is it cash basis? Is it accrual basis? Is it modified one? That is the hybrid, mixture of the two. The cash basis is what we are all used to. And that's what we're doing, many companies were using from time immemorial. But there came a time where authorities say, no, you are able to hide things in that one. Or it doesn't show true and fair view. That's the technical word. True and fair view of the state of your affairs. That method will not show it. You know why? Okay, somebody says, let's say Presi says, oh, Mr. Shobo, can you supply us sand, blocks? We have a project. It's lasting for the next 6 months or 1 year. Okay, don't worry, I'll be supplying you. And he kept on supplying. He kept on supplying. He kept on supplying. And he wants to do his first quarter report, account for instance. His revenue will be zero. Because what? President has not paid. But his vehicle is living. His block making machines are working using diesel. He is buying cement, Abi. He is paying laborers. He kept on accumulating expenses for that first quarter. But Presi has not paid him. Abi, he will now see first quarter profit and loss. Revenue, zero. Abi, Mr. Raphael, show babe, go ba. It will show the true and fair view now. And the guy lost. Is it a loss? Somebody has not paid you. That's why. That's what this is talking about. Only when money changes hands, and it is the least difficult, of course, it's easy to do. It's only when money changes, but it doesn't show true and fair view. It doesn't show objectivity. The next one, the other method is the most difficult, and it requires more accounting knowledge. Because one kò lè yí ẹ. Àmì àní ẹgbẹ́ wa débẹ̀ náà, àní kò lè yí ẹsẹ̀. Àní kò lè yí ẹ. So modified is the hybrid one. The mixture of the two. Some people call it modified cash basis or modified accrual basis. But you need more accounting knowledge to be able to do that. So that is not at the level of a sole proprietor that doesn't have accounting knowledge. So you can't go to that level. But you keep the basic ones and call a professional to help you present it. Determine how your business will get paid. I'm talking about setting up your accounting system. Determine, we have talked about the method you use. Then how do you get paid? Some people immediately, they supply. Hey, sorry. What is this? Some people immediately, they supply you, they raise the invoice. The invoice follows it. And the reason is because they don't want, that money could be borrowed fund. They have borrowed money for operation. So if they supply you and you don't pay in time, that means they'll be running at loss because they probably calculated the cost of fund. Of course, some companies, most time multinationals, when you work for them, they have payment period. I used to know of Lafarge. My company used to work for Lafarge. We still work for NBC. Lafarge will tell you, submit your invoice today, next 30 days. So you can tell your credit, come on so and so date, because your money will have entered your account. NBC will tell you 6 weeks. So far your invoice comes in 6 weeks. So you too will factor that in your invoice. So then set up your chart of account. That is the list. Just like I mentioned them. What constitutes your chart of account? Chart of account just means list of accounts. But you know, accountant want to confuse you, so we say chart of account. If I didn't put this, some of us may not know, oh, what do you mean by chart of account? But it's just the list of accounts, all those expenses I mentioned. Then open a business bank account. You will need your BVN and NIN. Some businesses don't have bank accounts. Somebody wanted to install this Elon Musk, what do you call it, for my office? Starlink. And I said, he sent his invoice. Okay, fine. Send your bank details. The name of the business is different from the account details. I said, your bank details. He said, that's what I sent. How can it be? I can now see a business name. I'm paying to your personal name. I need to go to CAC to be able to know that you are the one behind the business. Do you understand? So, and I said, I don't have a business account. So I use my personal account. And I said, okay, don't worry, I'll ask them to pay check. Oh, it's a savings account. And I begin to wonder, how can you be running business? And you're using savings accounts in your name. So if you want to access loan now, bank says, bring your account, audited account, bring your bank statement, then go and print Adeyemi Kuforiji's account against so and so company limited. The banker cannot marry the two now. He cannot. The credit will not fly. It will not fly because you have not complied with the law, just like we said earlier on. Then determine how revenue will be achieved. This is because you need to get paid by your customer, like I said earlier on. You need to determine that. Because you cannot just be working like Jackie. Money is not coming in, you are working. You get to a point, you finish your capital. When there's no revenue, you finish the whole thing and you can't function again. And you say your business should be doing what? Operating as a going concern. So when you don't get revenue, how do you ensure going concern? Keep record of expenses. This helps you to track your activities and performance. It can be achieved through the use of receipts, invoices, bank statements, and voucher. Some of us don't issue receipt. They just pay money into your account. At the end of the month, maybe your visiting accountant. And I say, Mr. Cooper, let's quickly run through. And now bring the bank statement. Okay, this money paid by Mr. Olasheni. What's it for? She plaque in the a big bag. Because you didn't issue receipt. Do you understand? So when you issue receipt, you put the necessary details there. When you receive money, you write receipt. Mr. Mu, you have pay so and so for invoice so and so. Do you understand? They'll be able to refer to those things and then determine what it is for. Make a schedule of tasks and check timelines. That is the step in setting up an accounting system. So, to bring us back to where we started, who is a bookkeeper? A bookkeeper is someone who records transactions of an organization that is money coming in and payments made. What is the role? He oversees an organization's financial data. You are still the same person, the sole trader. You are the chief marketer. You are the business development officer. You are the chairman. You are the CEO. And you are still the person I'm referring to. Because you are this is so he send out invoices. As you send the job, follow it with the invoice. So that the person will know that so sending out invoices and maintaining the ledger. You keep the records. Those that say, okay, I can't pay you now. We've got your invoice. Let it be next one. You go around list of receivables so that you won't forget. Then maintain the accounts payable ledger. Those ones that you are also owing, those that have supplied you raw materials, also maintain their records. Then prepare books for the accountant because you are not an accountant, but you need your records. So you put it down. What at the end of the month, and the Tobago take help us put it through. Thank you very much for having me. So you have questions?
Thank you, sir, for that presentation. I have a question, but let me be practical so that you understand. Okay. I run a business center. At times, somebody comes in and say, okay, I want to do photocopy, 20 copies. Okay. Maybe 400 naira, maybe 500 naira. You know, I collect the money and do the job. I record this somewhere, but I don't have an invoice or a receipt to back it up. Is that in order?
It's always good to have not necessarily a binded receipt or a high glossy receipt. You could have small, they call it docket, something small. Because the person that has come to do that photocopy might also need to make claim in the office. Maybe he also came from an office and they ask him, how much did you pay? Oh, I paid 2,400 naira. Okay, where's the receipt? So that docket shows. You don't necessarily have to go to a printer to print high glossy ones or whatever. But because it's always good for a receipt to also have numbers so that you can know whether this receipt, because there was a time that somebody, of course in my office, was doing hanky-panky. You know, through the receipt number, you yourself can be putting the receipt manually. If you have somebody that is writing it all the time, then at least if you write the receipt, have a book that you also list it. So even if you are not around, the person writing the next one can see, look at the book, this is the next receipt number. Put it on the small docket. So just create a small docket, because it's always good for you to also be able to track the activities of your business center. Perchance you escort someone out and they've done some copies. Because some copiers may not have counters. Most copiers have counters. Most modern copiers have counters. But you can say, oh, waste in it. Those very papers were waste, and I've turned them. Even though printer has counted it. Photocopy has counted it. So you won't still know. So, but if you have that, and you are strict about it, I used to have a boss. 2005, 2006, I worked with him. Former Commissioner of Finance in Anambra Street. At the time, he was a bank MD. He would always say it. He came sometimes and then somebody wrote and painted. He was so furious. He said, didn't I see it? I said, I've not even checked it. He said, tell them, oh, nobody writes in my office and paint. Nobody's above mistake. If you write and make mistake, draw a line. Let us see what is under. Then write the correct one on top. I hope I've answered your question.
Good afternoon. This one is on advisory role. Let's say I'm into real estate. You own it or I own it, and I want to give out to somebody voluntarily. Like, okay, I don't want him to be paying. But as an accountant, what will you advise? Will I be issuing him a receipt to show he has paid? Or I should just be allowing him to be using the house like that in case of future occurrence or in case of future events?
Okay. I'll come from the
Well, with reference to what the question Edward asked. Yeah, you said you should have something. It's not necessarily that it has to be a printed one. But I don't know how practicable such a thing is, because he's talking about business centers. We have some of them in my place. So when you go to make photocopies like that, at times you just make 2 copies, you make 3 copies, 4 copies. It's not necessary that it has to be from the office that you came to. It might be personal. Let me make 5 copies. Let me make 2 copies. Let me make a copy. At times it's like that. Such things, do you issue receipt for a copy, which is just 25 naira now per copy? Do you issue receipt? And at the end of the day, is that kind of thing, is it practicable? Because when you issue receipt for something of 25 naira per copy, the amount you spend on that receipt alone, I mean, is it not, at the end of the day, is it not going to be penny wise part foolish? Because when you issue receipt for something of 25 naira, another person came, 50 naira, you issue receipt. Stuff like that. Will such things, is such thing practicable?
As to the first question, you see, you are a real estate professional, right? You have built houses. That is, those houses are not assets. Hope we know. I mean, as regards him, because if I have office building now, it's an asset to my company. But if you are a real estate professional, you build houses and sell. That's not an asset to you. That's your stock. Hope you understand. What is an asset to me is a stock to you. Those are selling vehicles, automobile companies. It's stock. But to me, it's an asset because I'm using it for my business. I don't sell cars. So, but if now you now gave an apartment that you ordinarily supposed to have sold, Abi? So, sorry. Even if you rent it out, that rent is the revenue, Abi? Because you are expected to collect it over time because you have invested money in that building. Okay. I know, I'm coming to it. Because that is ordinarily what's supposed to be in place before you now give it out. So, in that instance, is either you record it as rent, and then debit your own current account as the owner of the business. Do you get it? You are the one bearing it. Nothing concerns the company. I don't know who the lady is to you, but did you say a lady or someone? So it goes to your current account. That is the way you treat it in your books of account. Ordinarily, it's supposed to be a revenue, rent. If you choose to do it that way, so be it. I've answered it. Are you okay? Okay. Yeah, bring the practical situation to the light. Yes. Yes. Shebi, you are blaming me now. It's coming out. Okay.
So what I'm saying is, in case of control of premises, should I be sharing receipts? He has paid.
No, you see, you treat it as revenue and expense it out as gift and donation. Then you cannot, don't issue receipt. You have not collected money now. Even if I give you a house, I don't necessarily have to give you a deed of assignment or whatever, what have you. Can do what is called deed of gift. So because that person, you don't want to be collecting rent from her, so the document to issue to her could be deed of gift. To the extent that she is still living, her children cannot inherit it, Abi. You can restrict it in that clause. It's called deed of gift. Lawyers understand what it means. That's the document, deed of gift. Not good. We have told you, I say you treat it as revenue, and then you expense it as gift and donation. You gifted her. Gift and donation. That's what it is. It's money that's supposed to come to you, but you gave it out. You gave it out. Okay. So, our former president, Mr. Ojo, Your question. Your question. Your question. It depends on the kind of structure you have in your business. If you know that you have a photocopier that has a counting system that is accurate, you can say, okay, the small ones, if it is not the big ones, write it in this book. You create the book, not even for those ones alone, for everything. Whether 20 copies, 1 copy, that's a control book. Do you understand? That book alone, once you carry it, you can even get home and be looking at it, you know, where am I in power for many? So you will see everything. And then, of course, you can also, that's why, once you have at least someone working in your business, you must have control. You must put control. Maybe in the morning, you gave a ream of paper. We know that a ream is 500 pieces. Abi? We know. It may be less. But normally, it should be 500. You see the same now? So maybe she returns 420. You know, he or she has done 80. Then you check the counters, maybe following more and see, oh, it's actually 80. And if she has waste, she will, also, of course, give you the waste. There's no way something will waste. The photocopier will not tear it off. Account for the what you have used, for resources you have used. Account for the waste. So in that instance, you can still do it that way, because truly it might be counterproductive if you have to issue a receipt. Because even if it is more docket, because from an A4 paper, you can get as much as 16 dockets from it, depending on the way you have ruled it. They will just tear it off and be writing it. But the effort in writing one, another customer is standing. You have competitors. The person will just leave angrily. This one is not attending to me. You have done one. You are writing receipt. The next one wants to do 20 copies. I mean, we should be strategic. So it's not cast in stone. It depends on how your operation is or what you want to achieve. Thank you.
My own is not in the issue of sole proprietorship, because I still have it, but it's just on hold. A corporate account, and which I've used for some time. At a point in time when businesses went under, and just not to keep the account idle, I unknowingly, someone gives money and says, okay, hold this money for me, I'll put it in there. And when the person needs it, I'll issue it out. And over time, I later found out that it's wrong practice, because it's being counted to me as an income. And the tax people came and said, well, it's not, you have been making money, so don't tell us that you have not been making money. No matter how you describe it, you have been making money. Whether it's the same money that came in and the same money that goes out is the same money. Now, that on the wayside. Then secondly is the fact that we now find out that for some, what you might call allowances or so expenses, you now find out the tax regime or the way accounts or the tax people count things is not the way you count things. Like what you count as administrative expenses, they may not count as administrative expenses, and they now start charging you taxes on that. Now, how do we identify such gray areas so that at the end of the day, you will not be charged unnecessary, given unnecessary tax bills, and without being belaboured? Because I also find out that before, I've always been making VAT, paying VAT on the total amount. But finally, I was later told that I should only pay VAT on the service charge, because those things I'm buying, VAT have also already been added. And I'm wondering, why are you paying VAT on it? So that I am losing funds, and it looks as if I'm just working for nobody. Thank you. So just help us clarify that.
Or direct cost of VAT. So, first on the question of money by people to you, yeah, the taxman, the way
is being done now. When money hits your account, except they don't want to do their work diligently, they see it. Yes, they see it. Your business, that has TIN number, that has tax number, they see it. Even if you want to be, they will still know. So once money enters your account, now, I am not saying years ago, now, they see it. So they are just waiting for you to render whatever. And based on it, they can ask you for VAT, for all manner of change, CIT, or what have you. So the best thing for you to escape that is if it is the federal people, it's not so easy and it's still also easy. But the best thing to do is to avoid such situations because it will be their words against yours. Even when you move money from your one account of the same company, you move money, you need to raise payment from, say, GT Bank. That's the account you usually use. And there's no enough funds. You now move from Access Bank. Once the money lands here, it's your money. You have not sold anything. It's just that you move the money. They will want to count it as revenue. So you avoid such situations. Reason being that any money that lands in your account, even if you collect loan and they disburse your account, they want to take it as revenue, which is wrong. Most times, those that are in inland revenue are accountants. Most times they are accountants. So they understand when you are talking to them, when you are explaining things to them. But because of the nature of civil servants, so they just want to box you so much so that you can come out with the truth. Because the first assumption, when they see your record that you submit for whatever things that you're all one. That's the first assumption. That you are trying to bamboozle them. You can imagine somebody coming from that mindset. It's really frustrating small businesses, especially the sole proprietorship businesses. Everything you have earned in a period of time, because they don't expect you to earn salary, right? So far you have removed your expenses. The whole lot remaining is your income. That's what they assume. It is your income. So, and that is the right thing, truly. Except you are able to show proof of expenses. Of course, those are the things, activities that generated the revenue in the first place. But there are some caps, say gift and donation, entertainment. There are some caps they put on it. If this is your size of business, if you are making 100 million in a year, I say you did entertainment of 30 million, even the person drinking trophy will not drink of 30 million. Or one shy, how can you say 30 million from 100 million is entertainment? So they will want to seal it or restrict it. And if you say, okay, salaries of your staff, because you are not supposed to earn salary as a sole trader. What comes to you is your profit at the end of the period, not salary. If you decide to allocate salary to yourself, say so that I can be taking specific amount monthly, is your own internal making. Right? At the end of the year, it's still you cannot take it off as expense. Because that's the partnership rule or the act guiding that. Because it's not a limited company. Because you are the one and same with your business. That's how the law looks at it. But if it is limited company, separate entity comes in. Then you have allocated salary to yourself because you are equally also an employee. Then, of course, you may not come under pay as you earn, like your staff. You may not do what called direct assessment. So you come, render your schedule of your inflows that comes to you, salaries, dividends, interest, all manner of things, and then let us assess you based on that. So you try and avoid monies like that because it will be their words against yours. You can never win them. If they could lock First Bank, Abi, you didn't read the news that they lock First Bank sometime? Eh? If they can lock the elephant out of our office, what about you? So, because they have the law backing them. And if you want to be a typical Nigerian, you always have an easy passage. You know Nigerians, we have a way of doing our things. You become their friend.
declare 1 million for government, and they take 5. But, but that is not good for a businessman. It's not. It's not. So you should avoid those situations. The other one, maybe you should remind me, there are 2-3 questions in your question. The VAT, okay, yes, I remember. Now, that one too, there's what we call input VAT. And because when you are filling your form, we used to do it manually. Now it's in your portal in the Inland Revenue. So there are sections in that thing. They even started last month now, another method. Last 2 months was so tortuous for people. They just changed it abruptly. You know, when a lot of taxpayers want to log in, upload, this and that, you know, they now eventually had to extend it. Because, you know, in Nigeria, we have this policeman approach to things. You will not enlighten, and one of the attribute of tax system is that you must carry out enough publicity. It should be seamless. The process must be so easy. But in Nigeria, they want to do it as if you must, you know, that kind of thing. No, because you must encourage those that have set up businesses, that have taken up people as employees, giving them their daily living. Even how many jobs can government provide? But these tax people don't have sense. They muzzle small businesses. An average businessman, no matter how old, he has somebody helping him. If a business is me alone, you don't want to do business. There's no way you won't have somebody. So if somebody has taken up a younger person or an individual working with him and his daily living, and then you are just sitting in an AC office, and you are not looking at ways to help them to make things easy for them, I mean, you are not helping the society as well. That's where I see them, because I've had series of encounters with both state and federal. It's not always palatable. At times, you have to do like you want to even box yourselves. Then you come down again and start explaining yourself. No. That's what you do with them. If you are too cold all the time, they think they can box you so much. And if you are too hard, and they make life difficult for you, hellish for you. Because they have the law in their hands. So what you do is that, sir, your input VAT, you must be able to recognize them. And then it's clearly stated in your invoice. And then attributable expense that apply to the revenue you are paying VAT on, you are allowed to take it off. Without those expenses, you cannot earn the revenue that they now remove. Do you get it? Because if you don't earn those, incur those expenses, you can't earn the revenue. It is what we do that keeps them moving. Is that not? So those things you are entitled to remove them. And then if you are rendering services, it is only on that your labor. Say, for instance, a mechanic now that Sheyi has given his car to do. He has bought parts. And he now wrote everything, headlamp, lower arm, bushing, this and that. Labor, 10,000. So taxman now carry invoice and say 120,000. Come and pay me. Is he crazy? That's not his revenue. His revenue is that labor. That's what's going to collect VAT on. Not the whole thing. Those other elements are cost. Because the only thing that comes to him there is the service charge. That's why he's paying VAT on. I'm not sure a tax person that knows his job will ask that man to pay tax and VAT on the whole 120. No. It's only his labor. I pays VAT on. Hope I answered your question. Okay.
Another one.
Okay.
Are we expected to pay tax on? Sorry, I got it just now. Sorry. Okay, it went off.
The anxiety to, I want to know.
Just like we were just talking about the issue of the parts and stuff like that. There is something I wanted to ask about tax. Are we meant to pay tax on it? The thing has just disappeared. But I hope I can remember that.
Yes, you remember, you can always.
Okay, so is there any other question from anybody? Our guest? The president? Okay, I think that will be the end for now. Okay, just one question. Huh? All right. Thank you very much. Let's give a hello. Let's give a round of applause to our honorable, and mind you, he's also our service club treasurer. He's the honorable treasurer of the service club. So you should know that your accounts are safe. Our accounts are safe. Thank you very much. I hope we all enjoyed ourselves. I hope we have learned one or two things from the interactions of today. This conference continues tomorrow. And please, let's try and be here earlier. Because most of the ones, tomorrow is packed. It's going to be more packed than today. And those that are coming, some of them are from outside the country, and because of this particular conference, came in to attend to us. So let's come in early. Starting time is 9 o'clock, about 15-20 minutes for us to settle down and register, and then the thing kicks off almost immediately. So I wish everyone a very, okay. And then also please come with your tags. All right then, so I wish every one of us a safe trip back home. Have a nice evening.